Yes, that is too. But the recording has begun for RimWorld. Let's get it on. Is my video still processing? Got 1 minute left. So if the beginning of RimWorld's choppy, we'll know why. I have a video that's encoding on the same computer that's streaming. Shouldn't do that, but I'm doing it. I did say it right. Thank you. Loading it up. Yesterday was relatively. Not yesterday. The last time we played RimWorld was relatively eventful. The first hour and a half or so, Randy didn't do much, but then we had a pretty steady, bit of raids and like animal attacks and stuff. I need more computers. I got 2 that I used for the stream already. But yeah, I should have had these video. Well, I thought I had just enough videos set up to finish encoding right before the stream started, and I was off by like just a couple minutes. So no. So anyone that's just joined us for our first time for this RimWorld challenge, Expedition Challenge will tell you what's. Oh my God, look at our stupid base. Expedition Challenge will tell you what's up, but basically we are playing on the hardest difficulty without pause. So 500% difficulty. Losing is fun, cranked up to the hardest. Without pause, we're trying to make it to the 20-year mark, which is where the time mode gets the hardest. Never played RimWorld. Is it hard? It can be very difficult, but it has so many different settings, Alina, that it just depends. You can play it on peaceful builder mode. I play it on the absolute hardest way you can, and it is very difficult, especially with no pause. Generally, you can pause the game in order to take control of the situation. You can order commands and stuff while paused, and it's a very smart way to play. So, of course, I turned pause off to make it even harder. But yeah, the great thing about RimWorld is there's so many different difficulties, and you can adjust each difficulty in like parts of the difficulty independently. So for instance, if you want to be on the easiest builder difficulty where you don't get raids, but maybe you get to the point where you're like, all right, I built up enough. I wouldn't mind some easy raids. You could turn raids on, and they'll be easy-ish raids, but they'll still happen. So yeah, it's a very complex game, but you don't need all the complexity in the beginning. It's one of those that's easy to play, hard to master, and you can put thousands and thousands of hours into it and still learn things, which is what I have done. We acclimated RimWorld. Confused. That's the best clothing, armor, and such. There's so many options. Looking at the defense aspect. Sure. So Superglue, to answer that question about armor and clothing, here's my suggestion. My suggestion would be, as long as you're on a map that can that you don't have to wear really warm clothing, get dusters. Get dusters made out of the best material you have. If you're on a year-long growing map or a mostly year-long growing map, make Devil Strand. Devil Strand dusters are very good. Okay, so that's your first piece of armor. Dusters, you want button-down shirts, not t-shirts. Button-down shirts will also help protect the arms. Even if it's just a little, it still helps, whereas t-shirts don't. You want pants. So you're looking at first to get dusters out of your best material, button-down shirt, and pants. That's tier 1. Your next step after that is to get helmets. Simple helmets are fine right off the bat. Pants, ew, no. You gotta protect those legs, Lunar. The next step, though, Superglue, is helmets. Simple helmets are fine, but the better the helmet, obviously, the better. But you're looking at filling everyone out with simple or flak helmets. After you get that, you want flak vests. So you can actually wear a button-down shirt, a duster, and a flak vest all at the same time. So that's your next step. Helmets, flak vests. Now, once you have that, then you want to start upgrading into actual power armor and stuff. So my preference there is marine helmet and recon armor. Recon armor is less defense than marine armor, but it doesn't lower your speed, whereas marine armor lowers speed. It depends on your map and how big your base is and whatnot. Like if the speed isn't going to matter much to you, then sure, marine armor. But I usually prefer marine helm and recon armor. And then after that, of course, you go to like cataphract stuff. Was that like too much information overload, Superglue? Europe wouldn't have. Second on it. Let's get it on. Was almost spot on for the captain. Thank you. Is uploading stuff? Need more computers? I don't know. I don't have money to get another one. Yeah, rewind, but thanks. Yeah, no worries. Pretty bad info dump. So, without the extra detail, get dusters if you're not on a cold map. Add the best material you can. Once you have dusters, get some kind of helmet. Once you have dusters and helmet, add in flak vests. After that, you want to get to power armor. That's it. Power armors are recon, marine, and cataphract, and same for the helms. Dusters are really good. Devil Strand Duster is kind of ridiculous how good it actually is just for clothing that you can make yourself easily. Like, let's check out the normal Devil Strand Duster. Bullets are sharp damage. No pants ever. Well, yeah, the pants and the shirt and stuff too. But I mean, as far as like the biggest things that increase your survivability, the biggest jumps, like it has 42% resistant to bullets, and it's just a duster made out of cloth that you can grow, right? And that's only normal quality. I'll see if someone has a better one. Here's an excellent one, 54%. Do we have a really good one anywhere? I know we had some really good ones. Yeah, when you compare it to like other clothing though, it's really good. And so easy to get. Kilts only. Okay, the encoding's almost done, so hopefully it'll help with some of that RimWorld lag. All right, what were we doing? What was our next goal? We're working on someone getting to royalty. We're working on a bear army. We're also putting roads in, which is ridiculous. God, our base is so stupid. Usually my bases are like this size for the whole game. Yeah, Devil Strand is really good. It takes forever to grow, and so you need a map that's gonna not screw you over there. But yeah, Devil Strand is a great first tier for your. I mean, it's just good for clothing. I have a bear army. Yes, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 bears. We need to name some more of these today. We're raising a bear army. No, I need to name the last like 5 of them. The Kodiak Commandos. Skin, thank you for the 11 months. It's almost a full year for real. Thank you, Skin. Much appreciated. Bear Force 1. That's right. Bear Force 1 is the name of them as a whole, and they have a sub-unit, like a secret service unit called the Kodiak Commandos. But no one talks about those. We're just waiting for the next attack. We got our traps back up. We got our grazing land set up. There's not much to do. It's kind of crazy. It's a special branch. There we go. The Grizzly Gorillas. Yogi is Yayos. It's not like Hogan's Heroes. We're also caravanning around a lot to get gold. Because we're just doing stupid stuff while we're doing this challenge. So we've gotten ahead of the curve. So we're in such good shape. It's just we're doing things that I would never normally do. We are working on getting someone into the highest royalty ranks. All that. So much creativity in this cutie. Bear Force 1 immediately makes me think of that. But you guys remember the Nelly song Air Force Ones? You have the professor on your map? What? Oh, what's the thing in my chair? It's a stuffed goat that my wife got me for Christmas. What you talking about, Luth? Professor. Doing Vince, welcome back. Air Force Ones, yeah, Nelly song. They see me. What is it? Stomping in the Air Force Ones. And then the whole song is just about expensive custom shoes, which is those are last shoes. The 2 circles make eyes, and then press for future. Oh, okay. I got you. I don't see eyes when I see this. What's the correct medical term? chesticles. Chesticles, yeah. Is that what it's called? Chesticles, breasticles? Pretty sure. I'm no biologist, but I think I remember that from high school. How's it going, Irish? Welcome back. So yeah, we're just waiting on the next attack while we get gold and work on the roads. What'd you come into? Just a typical stream conversation. How's it going, Yin Lee? 6 cents. So tonight we're going back to split streams. That's the other thing I wanted to talk about. So split streams are returning tonight. If you haven't been here, since we've stopped doing split streams like a year ago, it basically means that we play our primary game for about 5 hours and then I switch over to something else. That's all it means. Tonight we're doing RimWorld for most of the stream, and then we're going to be playing some chill Stardew. Anatomy and physiology in session. That's right. For number 16 has let see a different side of my gameplay. Learned a lot of stuff. Yeah, it's really interesting. I didn't think it would change the gameplay that much, but this time mode really does, because I'm able to experiment and do things that I would never really do before. Like, I would never build these roads. It's a waste of wealth normally, but wealth doesn't matter in this mode. So we're just building like a friggin' superhighway. We're experimenting with new kill tunnel techniques that I'm going to take with me to normal playthroughs. It's all been pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. And we have so much firepower now that there's very little that could kill us, I think. I might have missed it. So, Alina and Char, how did you guys find the channel, if you don't mind me asking? I'm always curious, and knowing that can kind of help me sometimes, because then I can be like, oh, people are finding the channel that way. I need to capitalize on this. How's it going, Jerry? Welcome in. Look at that golden star. Thank you, Jerry. I'm going to try to play on 3x a lot, because we got to get through these years. Oh, right. I'm putting lights everywhere as well. That was something that we were working on at the end of that stream. Press Futurama on the map. And I said, yeah, I saw him running him. Well, it's a conversation we had before. Who was it? I think it was Orchestra. Orchestra came in and she was like, those grow areas kind of remind me of a woman's anatomy. I was like, oh, I didn't see that before, but now I'm going to all the time. We're just going to connect all of that. Again, this is all excess, right? Like, I would never do this crap in a normal playthrough. But, yeah, we'll even make these redundant. Let's just connect them all the way. Why not? It's going to make the area a little bit uglier, but it's already ugly because there are plants there, and apparently all of our people are, absolutely hate nature. It's weird that nature is just, by default, most of it is just considered ugly in RimWorlds. Like, it's actually reduces the beauty in an area. Wow. I wonder how Randy's gonna be tonight. So another thing so for those of you not familiar with RimWorld, another thing that that I mentioned that I'll expand on now is the difficulty. So there's also storytellers. And storytellers are kind of an addition to the base difficulty that changes the way that the game plays against you. We're playing with a storyteller called Randy Random. And he's really random, as his name suggests, which can be a good thing and a bad thing. The bad side of it is occasionally he can be boring. And I have a guide about this up on YouTube for anyone curious about the numbers, but he can be really boring sometimes because just how RNG works, you can sometimes have like seasons and years where not much happens. Only like minor events, and it's just, yeah, you're praying for an attack, which is weird, but it happens. And then other times you can just get hit constantly. Usually it's somewhere in between But yeah, it can be a weird game with Randy in control. Pretty ugly in the real world, see? You ever been bitten by one of those slithering, scaly socks that hiss? Only non-poisonous ones, yeah. God, I just read a horror story about that, too. I just read about this person that got bit by a baby rattlesnake, and they came into the ER literally bleeding out of every orifice and also unable to control their bowels. That was a good thing to read. Not recommended. G-Drill? G, thank you for continuing the gift sub. Speaking of Orchestra, thank you for continuing the gift sub from Orchestra. On that note. So they say, though, that the babies are oftentimes more deadly because they never dry bite. Nerve poison, yeah. Yeah. Gold. Never dry bite either. Tell you stay away from baby snakes. You'll tell us stay away from all snakes. I used to catch like little like garter snakes and stuff when I was a kid. Occasionally. Put them in jars for a little while and let them go. I don't know why. Those Appalachia things. Cobra Kai got extended through season 5. Yeah. They're saying that the season 4 will probably go into production this month, and that it'll probably be ready in about a year. I'm looking forward to the next season. Some things need to stay at least. Oh, I have a spider story. This just happened to me. When was it? 2 nights ago before the stream. I showered, and then I got my towel and I was drying off. And then I looked down, and there's a spider about the size of a dime running down or up my leg from the towel. Apparently, it was in the towel the whole time I was drying off. Running up my leg. It was already above my knee. I was like, I don't know where you're going. That's far enough. I killed it. And then I had to wash my leg off. But yeah, that's the first time it's ever happened to me in all these years. Spider inside the towel. You've been in the hospital. Broken something. Yeah, and the doors to that shower are like the glass doors. You probably jumped through the glass. He's going straight to welcome in. Came the girl stream. No, instinct was definitely fights on my end, so I didn't even think about it. Just immediately smacked it. I usually put spiders outside if I find them and they're in a easy area to do so. But this one was on me, so wasn't taking any time to do any of that crap. Has ever since you had a friend put a tarantula on your head when you were young? You hate spiders, Strudel? Yeah. I know we have several people in the stream that actually have arachnophobia. Casbell, pretty sure R Squared's talked about really hating spiders too. I mean, anything that eats mosquitoes is a friend of mine. You know? So I'll try to. It's like I'm never gonna kill a spider outside ever. And I'll try to put a spider outside if it's somewhere easily in the house that I can easily get it and do so. But if it's on me or an area that I can't do that, then instead roaches. Ugh. Roaches, yeah. So that crawling feeling stays. It's like people that hate bats, though. Have you seen that? There's a lot of people that just hate bats. Like, are disgusted by them. Like, what? Bats are amazing. They eat so much crap. They leave you alone. It's irrational fear still. Yeah, I can understand. Freeze up or freak out. Spider touches you. So you have the flight response, huh? Yeah, we'll see what Randy does today. I'm hoping for some attacks, but he's being kind of chill. If you see the late traps, which is insane from an evolutionary perspective, what do you think on it? Yeah, yeah. Like those funnel traps and stuff. Well, I mean the webs in general, but the funnel traps are really crazy too. You know what else that kind of lays an ambush kind of trap that is really neat when you look into how it's done and watch it? Are ant lions. Ant lions are pretty cool in that regard as well. Ant lions. Yeah, I think they have another name as well. But if you don't know about ant lions, you can look them up. They make like a funnel shape in the dirt or the sand, and they make the walls of the funnel are very unstable, and then they stay at the bottom with their pincers poking out of the middle, and so bugs and things go on that. Yeah, some people call them doodle bugs. Yeah, bugs and things will go on that, ants, and they'll slip on the loose sand down there, and then they'll grab them at the bottom and eat them. If you see a second spider within a few weeks, you go hunting. All right, let's let them finish this building project. Airlines each exactly growing up. Always fun to put an ant into their funnel. Doodlebug. Doodlebug, doodlebug. Oh God, did you have the little rhyme, Reezy? I forgot about that. I remember when I was really small, my grandmother, I'm pretty sure, was the one that told me about the little doodlebug rhyme that you like whisper or sing towards their little hole to get them to come out, and you like put a blade of grass there and they'll latch onto it. Forgot all about that. Yeah, yeah. There being some kind of rhyme. Yeah, I can't remember the rhyme either. Just the doodlebug part. God, I haven't thought of that in forever. I don't think I've thought about that in like 25 years. I don't like that I can say that, you know? Every time I think of something like that, when I'm like, man, how long has it been since that game came out? 20 years. I'm like, hang on. I don't like that I can say that I remember something for 25 years ago. Meh. Came around. Don't mention age. First scream you heard. Spider was from your wife and daughter-in-law. They found a wolf spider inside of a 50-cent piece house. It was a big. Yeah, wolf spiders are no joke either. It's probably 35 for you. You're perpetually 29. Ignore the birth certificate. I always, every time someone says they have a birthday here, I always wish them a happy 21st birthday. Sunspark was in here last night. She's like, it's my birthday, but I don't want to hear anything about it or anything about anything being old. And I was like, oh, you're 21. Congrats. You can drink in the United States. She was like, yeah, 21. That's right. All right, we're getting lighted up. Did you miss anything in RimWorld since Monday? We got a royal setup. So Sim has become a praetor. She is a praetor now. This is her throne room that we're going to make better. Praetor allows us to have one permit, which I haven't assigned because I'm not sure which one I want to do yet. I'm going to wait until we need one, and then I'll decide. We've been putting lights everywhere to get rid of the being in the dark debuff. We also got hit quite a bit Tuesday night. Tuesday night we had quite a few raids. We had a really big mech cluster actually right outside here. The mech cluster. What's weird? I've never seen this. So when the mech cluster landed, the primary building, the weather controller, actually cut a piece out of this mountain. That was not a hole there. We had to dig to it to finish destroying it, but actually land on the mountain and deleted these resources completely. And it was completely encircled with mountain. Really weird. Never seen that happen And the mech cluster was like this size. It was pretty big. We also had a Scyther drop pod raid. We had a normal Scyther raid, which was like 80 Scythers. We had a big tribal attack where they came in over here. We've had multiple polar bear. I don't know what it is, but the last like 3 animal attacks were all polar bear packs. Yeah, Tuesday was pretty eventful. We had a lot of there weren't any like super close together, but we did have a lot of raid events happen pretty, you know, almost like a schedule, almost like Cassandra. Dug Too Deep Infestation. We've actually never had one this far over, so this is going to be interesting. Might lose some of these. Oh crap, we're going to lose some of them. There's our new chickens. No, clean! Oh, hysteric. I didn't realize this was set as a room. Oh, we had some friendly fire. That was not good. So that's actually considered a room because it's enclosed? Alright, well, that could have gone better. We've never had a Dug Too Deep infestation this far out. It's alright. I gotta clean all this filth out here in the environment. Look at all this dirt. Hysteric, that's literally the earth. Well, earth's dirty. I gotta sweep this crap up. Oh, it's done. From the big tribe, I think you left right after the Scyther raid. Yeah, so you might have missed the big mech cluster then, maybe. March 23rd. Is that yours, Luth? Mine's April 23rd. Coca-Cola bought RimWorld ads sitting in the polar bears. Let's go on King Min. Welcome back. We lost some of our pets, but it's not too bad. I don't want to wait. This creature's trying to kill. Dirty. Must clean. Must clean. Let's reinstall that. Let's go on Greek. Welcome back. Welcome back. Did you guys finish the lights here? Most of them. Most of them. More lights. We want to light everything that our people walk around, pretty much. See, this is another thing I would never do in a normal wealth playthrough. Absolutely not. It'd be a waste of wealth. It would increase the raid difficulties with very little benefit. But in this mode, screw it. Light it up. So on Charlie, welcome back. For anyone that didn't see, by the way, if you're interested, the final episode of our They Are Billions challenge playthrough, the no pause hardest difficulty playthrough, comes out tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. All the previous episodes are up, of course. And it has one of the craziest endings to the campaign that I've ever seen. It was really intense. I can't believe how it ended. That's so silly. But part of the course for our channel, I suppose. A social fight? What's going on here? Why, Sim? Castle implied negative things about Sim's uncle's food preferences, driving her into a rage. I mean, I don't think there's anything anyone could say about the food that my uncle eats that would make me start a fist fight. Pretty sure not. What's going on, Hytala? Welcome in. Look at that gold star on that A. Thank you again, Hytala, man. That's really... I mean, it's very generous, but it's really crazy in a good way, of course. I didn't even realize how many months when it first hit because it didn't show in the chat, but man. He likes ham smeared with cream cheese. He's been hanging out with rakes. Your uncle likes pineapple on pizza. Oh, he's got great taste. Pineapple pepperoni. Mm-hmm. If you haven't, if you like pineapple in general, if you haven't tried it instead with pepperoni instead of ham, you should try it out. It works a lot better. That's the way that my wife's favorite pizza, and I like it as well. It's my daughter's favorite. Pineapple and pepperoni rather than pineapple and ham goes together much better, I think. Ham sandwiches with cream cheese. Bacon and pineapple. Yeah, that's another good combo. You hate pepperoni? Oh, pineapple? Yeah, me too. Yeah, I've never quite understood why people care so much. It's like, there are people that will... God, it always reminds me of that BlizzCon story. MRI this morning, they told you there were no changes since your last one. It's good, but it also leaves no explanation for why you have your neck pain. Yeah. I tell him. IBS, I see. First for spicy pizza, spicy sausage, spicy pepperoni, spicy salami. Do you like spicy sweet combo on with anything else, Irish? Tongue burning good. Do you want me to go to work tomorrow? That's nice. Play Cyberpunk all day. Brain, and they go on. It's common with migraine people. Ugh. Man, Luth. Aside from your surgery, George told you when you had it, urologist doesn't want to follow it. Feg, welcome back. Thank you for being here. We're just widening this out that's not overhead mountain so that we know how much space we have to work with inside of our enclosed base. Just because we might as well know what all we have to work with. So all that's thin rock roof. Might open that up sometime too. Maybe. What is this? Oh, it's from way... What's happening? Okay, of course. It's from way back. Long ago. Long ago. And that used to be a side entrance to our base. This music reminds you of Stardew. Any tips for new people? Just keep on dying, Court Mystic. I do have some guides on YouTube that are pretty short and concise. They're 5 to 10 minutes, so you can always check those out if you want. But what is killing you mainly? Are you dying to like just flat out raids? Because if I know more what's killing you, I can give you some good advice about that. What I would say in general, though, one of the biggest piece of advice I have for anyone starting the game is your relationship with wealth. So it's a little bit counterintuitive compared to a lot of games. So we had raid, rabbit animals. Gotcha. So to deal with that, one of the first things you need to do is get a couple of traps up. If you get a couple traps up in a way that it's the only direction that they can come at you from, you'll be safe from those initial raids. So here's what I would do for your first setup. I'll draw it for you. All right. So we'll do the walls here. So let's say you have a starter building, right? Let's just do like a big square. If this is your starter building, what you can do is you can have a tunnel that leads into it. Anywhere you want, doesn't matter how you set up. But you have a tunnel that leads into it, and you have a door here that you can leave open when a raid happens, when the first early raid or early animal attack happens. And then you put traps through this. What you do is when that raid occurs, you can open this door. To leave doors open, you just click on the door and you select hold open, and then you need your character to go through it. That'll hold the door open and it'll give them a way to get into your base, which seems counterintuitive, but then you have traps set up and they'll just walk right over the top of them. So that's how to survive the absolute super early ones. And going into late game, it's all about kind of expanding on that kind of kill tunnel, kill box sort of setup. Like here's what an early kill area might look like. You have this entrance to your base with traps in it and places for you to get cover to shoot at enemies. But you're not gonna be able to set this up, you know, the first couple days. So I would suggest just having like a building with a tunnel to it that you can open up for enemies. Now you'll have your normal doors for you to go in and out, but this is literally for you to open to let enemies start coming into your home, but they will never get there because there are traps on the way. Unless they end up being nimble. The thing I was talking about with wealth, though, Court Mystic, for anyone that doesn't know, in RimWorld, one of the biggest factors that the game uses to attack you with is your wealth. So the game basically has points that it can use, that it can spend on how hard an event hits you or the amount of enemies that hit you. And one of the main things that determines how many points it can spend is your wealth. So in a lot of games, like for instance, if you look at things like, I don't know, Minecraft or Terraria, if you find early gold or gems or whatever, it's like, yes, those are rare. Let's grab all that crap. In RimWorld, if you do that, it's actually going to make the game harder. So you want to keep your wealth low until you can handle more and more enemies. And you can check your wealth number by going to history and statistics. So keep low wealth. Don't expand on your buildings and your wealth and your luxury unless you actually need it and can defend it. Otherwise, the game will get exponentially harder before you're ready for it. Yeah, if you have any other specific questions, just let me know. Does wealth legit mean money? Everything adds to wealth. Everything that you own. So silver, like you said, silver and gold, so your money. But everything that you make, even walls add to your wealth. If you put up a wall, you have increased your wealth. If you turn wood into, if you chop a tree, it becomes wealth. You now own the wood, and that has some wealth attached to it. If you then improve that wood into a chair, that increases the wealth even more. And the higher value an item, the more wealth it gets. So you can click on any item and look at its wealth, basically. Early game mech drops, butter your noodles. Let's go on Mist Wookman. One sec. But yeah, it breaks it down here. So items give wealth, your people give wealth, buildings give wealth, everything adds to wealth. So You want to be careful about raising wealth early. So like I was talking about with gold, if you spawn and there's like a big seam of gold nearby, if you leave that gold in the mountain, if you don't mine it, it doesn't count against you. That's not your wealth. But as soon as someone mines that gold, instantly adds to your wealth, and the game gets more points to attack you with. I'm gonna put some light here too. This is a silly base, man. How do you make a trap? Oh, no worries. You can ask whatever you want. We were all brand new to the game at some point. So traps are under security. So go under security, and there's a spike trap. And let me show you, like, a wooden spike trap is what you're going to make right off the bat. These are wooden spike traps. And what it does is when an enemy walks over it, it will trigger and it will deal damage to them unless they're nimble. Nimble is a trait that people can have, and nimble will make it so they have a chance to avoid trap damage. But if an enemy without nimble walks over a trap, the trap will be sprung and it will deal damage based on the material the trap's made out of. But it's just under architect and under security, and it's spike trap, which is more like a deadfall trap, but they call it a spike trap. You can kind of see a more elaborate version of the tunnel I was talking about here. Right, so this tunnel, if enemies were to spawn, if I had this early game, enemies were to spawn and I have it open into my base, they would try to walk through this. Most enemies will. Certain ones, like sappers, won't. And they get killed on the spike traps. I don't even have to do anything. So it's a good early defense, and even later into the game, spike traps are good to have. Then Gog, welcome back. All right.
Welcome to the queue.
Raccoon into the queue. That's code? I think you are. Can you still, if you haven't already, can you still reply to the whisper just so it's in my like record? So if I ever go through the list of giveaways, I have you marked off, or in case I forget that you told me tonight. But I'm glad you got it. It's interesting. There's a little like tunnel through there. But yeah, Mystic, whatever you want to ask, no worries. If you go to Expedition Guides, I do have some, like I said, some RimWorld guides that are more generated to or geared towards people that are newer to the game, maybe like their first 100 hours. And I'm working on new ones every couple weeks. And they're really concise. You don't have to worry about watching like a 30-minute guide. They're like 5 minutes long on average, if you'd like. Thanks, No Line. There's that link. Court Mystic, thank you for the follow as well. Glad you found the stream. Let's remove the roof from these before I forget. Let's expand this home zone too. I don't think I put the new power the home zones. You know what? Screw it. We have enough people now. We should be able to keep this running. Even if all this is home zone. Oh, I'm probably going to regret this, but... probably will regret this. So another sub goal that we're gonna have for this this run, I think, is we're gonna try to get to like 10 million wealth, which is ridiculous. And I also might start adding new colonists. I might try to get to 100 colonists, which would be unreal. Right thing, your people keep sleeping during a fire, tell them to go put it out. And they walk over and walk right back to bed. So people die. So a couple things is in their work tab, you want everyone that can fight fire set for a priority 1. So priority 1 on firefighting. If you haven't already, switch this to this mode and you have it check box instead. I would really suggest switching it. You can switch it by clicking the top right button where it shows the numbers, and it'll switch it to the numbered mode. I would switch everyone to number 1 for firefighting, and then for them to fight fire automatically, the place that's on fire needs to be in the home zone. So the blue zone that you saw me doing, by default, it should be expanding the home zone wherever you're building anyway. But if not, you can always check by expand home zone and put that. And to force people to go put out the fire, there's a couple different ways. What I usually do is I grab everyone nearby and I hit draft and undraft. What that will do is it will wake them up, or it will stop them of whatever current jobs they're already queued to do. And then they'll immediately go try to put out the fire, as long as it's in a zone that they can reach. It's a home zone, and they're set for priority 1 for fire. So priority 1 for fire under their work. The area that you want to put the fire out needs to be in the home zone, and then just draft and undraft a bunch of people, and they should start running over there to put the fire out. Squad of raiders, what, to like just send out on in the world, have them out there all the time? Yeah, I mean, if we have 100 people, why not? Squad Team Jones, welcome back. The drafting, yes, that's all the steps that you need to make them fight the fire. Now you can also click someone and then right click on the fire. Make sure you click on the edge of the fire and click for them to fight fire. Load rate of unfortunate people. Yeah, think about it. Watch. What a crazy setup we got. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Masterwork something or another. Don't know what yet. So right now we're mining out things that aren't overhead mountains, so we know how much room we have inside of our walls to build things like hydroponics. Basically terraforming the map, which again is just kind of silly. But why not? What do you do when your doctor dies and everyone else says will not do? Yeah, that's one of the things you can't really do anything about it. So if you have some people that can't do caring and you get people hurt and no one can care for them, they're just kind of screwed. However, there is a lot of people don't know this, but if you go into health, you can turn on self-tend. So even if someone's bad at doctoring, but they're able to do it, you can always turn on self-tend and have them actually tend themselves. They will get a lot worse tending, but it can be in the difference between life and death sometimes, especially if you have no one else that can do it, or you're starting off with naked brutality, like a single person or something like that. But in general, if you're playing on crash landed or tribal start, you definitely want to make sure that you have 1 or 2 people that are decent at doctoring. The more the better, though. There's an overhead mountain tile exposed. Where TNT? Which part of the map? I might have accidentally dug one up while I was talking. Upper left of your 2 farms that look like eyeballs. You are right. I think I accidentally drug the road through there and they dug it to make the road. It's the only thing I can think of. Good catch. That would have been really annoying. Thank you, thank you. That would have been annoying to deal with. Suddenly like 100 hives in the middle of our... I mean, we probably could have taken care of it, but it would have destroyed at least some of our sapper defense. Good eyes, yeah. Nice. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, having multiple people that can doctor, even if they're not good at it, is really nice to have, because at least they can, you know, stop the bleeding on something. Things like that. Let's go in div. We'll go back. All right. So what's our next goal on this? I might finally get rid of our old kill tunnel. I can't imagine that we're going to need this ever again. How do infestations work? Good question. So infestations, basically, if you have a overhead mountain tile that has any player-made thing, like structure, furniture, etc., within 30 tiles, it can spawn an infestation. So I'll show a little bit. I'll show what that looks like and explain it a little bit more in detail. Snowblind, thank you for the gift sub to TNT. Thank you, Snowblind. 178. Holy Christ. Thank you, Snowblind. Very much appreciated. How does hunger work? So Lucy, if you go to the overlay for roofs and you look around, if you see this dark green, that's overhead mountain. If you're not sure, you can hover over a tile, and in the very bottom left, it'll say overhead mountain. You see that down there, overhead mountain. If it's an overhead mountain tile, it has the possibility of spawning an infestation, with a few caveats. One, the temperature of that tile has to be above -17 Celsius. So if you have an area like this, you could actually freeze it if you wanted. As long as it stays under -17 Celsius, infestation can never spawn. The other thing that they changed not super long ago is that if there's no player-built thing within 30 tiles, it also won't spawn an infestation. That way you don't have to worry about, like, if you have a cave map and you don't build near the caves, you won't have to worry about more infestations spawning. Yep, that's basically the basics. Basically the basics. Overhead mountain tile that is not filled in with wall and is above -17 Celsius and is within 30 tiles of a player-made thing can spawn an infestation. So if you don't want an infestation, you either need to fill in all the overhead mountain that you have, like we've done. I'll show you an example of that too. Like right here, this was overhead mountain, and I filled it in so that infestations can't spawn here. So you either need to fill in things like this, or freeze it, or don't build near them. Check the game code to find these things out. A lot of it, yeah. Yeah. The other kind of infestation, like Superglue talked about, is dug too deep infestation. Dug too deep infestation don't scale, so they'll never be very big. You don't really have to worry about them as much, but it is important to know about them. When you get deep drills, there's a chance for them to dig into a bug hive, and it at the most there's like 15 or 20 bugs that can pop out, and there are no hives. Pretty easy to take care of compared to the big infestations. Does that make sense, Lucy? If any of that was too fast, or, you know, didn't understand it, but just let me know. I don't mind talking about it, especially while we're waiting on like the next raid. Yeah, a lot of it though is going through game code while I'm making guides and stuff like that. Yeah, and then reading patch notes when they come out for changes. All right, back to making the light. It's nighttime. Let's see. This is pretty lit. This is all lit up. Cannot believe this. So we need to light this, and this up here. And I'm really thinking about destroying our original kill box that we have kept as a museum all these years. It served us well. It's hard to believe that this whole thing started as Naked Brutality. We started with a single naked character, and now we're here. Silly. Makes sense? Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, I put the throne room here instead, but we could always move that too. 30 tiles, you're wondering some cave maps wasn't getting as many as you used to. Yeah, they changed that. I'm not sure which patch they changed it, Strudel, but I know back in 1.0 it wasn't like that, and so you would have things like river maps. You'd have a river map that bisected a mountain, and even though you didn't build near the river going through the mountain, you could spawn infestations there, which was really annoying. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, player owned, not just made. So if you claim a structure that you didn't build, it can still count. Start at the bottom, now we're here. Would I consider this in-game? This is kind of beyond a normal in-game. So yeah, I would say so. In-game for me usually looks like a base about this size and about 18 characters. But because of the challenge that we're doing, we've survived way past the time that I would normally beat the game. So yeah, I would say we're in like super late game. For sure. Court Ninja. Thank you for the follow, Ninja. Welcome in. This is modless. We're using some quality of life mods, so we don't have any like game-changing mods really, just quality of life stuff. I think the biggest game-changing one is probably the wall lights, because I just hate the giant bulbs on the ground. Did you die, Vert? We haven't had anyone die. Were you in this run? I don't remember you being in this run. We haven't had anyone die in a really long time. Vanilla hair expanded, you cheater. What would kill me now? There's two main things that I think could kill us. The first one almost happened already. So there is an event where enemies can set up something off your map that impacts you. So the main one would be a psychic drone. If enemies set up a psychic drone on a different tile and there was enough of them defending it that it was not likely for us to easily go there and kill it without losing some people, that would do it. We almost had that happen. We actually had them set up a toxic fallout machine like 5 tiles away, and it was 55 pirates. And we sent 25 people and they were killing. As soon as we entered the map, they were on top of us. No cover. I ended up having to use Neuroquake. We actually had a couple people die during that, and we barely got destroyed. So if we have them set up a psychic drone off map that we have to go after, and it's like 100 enemies or something, it's gonna be very difficult to destroy it. We're gonna have to get pretty creative. And if we send a lot of people and we get attacked by something really big during that, then that could kill us. The other thing is just a lot of events right in a row. It seems like they reduced the chance that mech drops have centipedes. But if we had like a lot of centipede drops in a row, which we almost died, something like that too. Exclamation 16, we almost died during that chain of events. We had 6 back-to-back raids. So one of those two things, psychic drone off map that we have to go destroy that's highly defensed, or a lot of back-to-back really hard events. How small of a raid map tile? It was probably like maybe like a 75 by 75 map or something like that for the randomly generated tile. Tribal Naked Brutalities. Yeah, we've done that. That'd be easier on desert maps because of tree sowing. I can see that. That was a long time ago, yeah. Pilot wash. So if they're doing a raid even bother you anymore? I don't think so. I think the turrets at this point are mainly sapper deterrent. I think we have so much DPS. I don't think we actually need the turrets for real kill tunnel defense. We start a new map. Does movement difficulty mean how hard the spot is to stay alive? Movement difficulty is how long it takes to move across that tile. So I wouldn't worry about movement difficulty too much. But if you hover over a tile, like in this one, you'll see that walk speed is 87%. So if you're caravanning through that tile, or you have people that are running through the individual tiles on a map, it will impact movement speed. But I wouldn't worry about movement speed too much when you're looking at a map. I have a guide out on choosing the easiest map for a beginner as well. It tells you exactly how to pick a map that gives you the highest chance at winning for your first win. That was like 5 minutes long too, if anyone's curious about that. All right, slave ship is crazy. Let's see what they have. Yeah, it's the movement speed is the difficulty of like caravanning across the tile, and then individual map sets will also have different movement and pairing terrains as well, if you know what it is. School is still in session. That's right. Caro, chemical interest, no. Olivia, chemical interest with crap. They heard we have drugs here. Maybe we'll buy all them nutrient. It's 5 playthroughs. This is the real RimWorld experience. It's a lot of Nutrimine. We're rich though, screw it. We already have a lot of loose stream. Also need to figure out who we're putting the Archotech legs on sometime. Most games are on the basis of start at 0, have bonuses and multipliers from there. This game, it starts at 100%. Use percentages for adding, subtracting multipliers. One of those percent multipliers, yeah. For 300 hours, don't feel too bad. As long as you're having fun with it, man. That's my thing. I have fun usually by doing challenge modes, but if you just like building or whatever, you know. Hey, Muffalo self-tamed. Pyro, have a mental break, burns everything down. Hola, amigos and amigas. Hey, R-Squid. Did you see I'm split streaming tonight? Welcome in, R-Squid. All right. Fun on Phoenix Point. How are you liking Phoenix Point? I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. It got a lot of crap when it first came out, but I wouldn't even mind doing another playthrough. When it first came out, we did a legendary Iron Man playthrough of that, and I liked every minute of it, aside from the one big bug we ran into. I'm not talking about the enemies. We had almost a game-breaking bug when it first came out. Aside from that. Stable and solid, it was on launch. Yeah, it's a good game. It's a good game. Exotic goods. Lubricants. Evolve, it's spiraling into a burning abyss. Did you really experience what RimWorld has to offer? See the quote? Stuff you say. What? What quote? Oh. Granny has dealt with a lot of vibrating balls in her day. What? When did I say that? When I was playing Uncharted? Oh my lord, what? I don't remember that quote at all. Boy. What is that quote? Let's buy all this plasteel, I guess. Buy the psychic soothe pulsar. You remember that one? It's the only reason I wear clothes. It's like you are wearing a giant napkin at all times. What is... There's something wrong with me. Maybe I like holes, Ginger. The bigger, the better. Stupid quotes. I wonder what kind of crap I said in the early days when I didn't have anyone to quote me. I wonder what those days were like. Mass cannibalism. How's it going, stuff? Are we still winning? We are winning. What is the best combination of traits a pawn can have, Lucy? So the best ones are things that improve mood and ones that improve their work or movement speed. So those are the like top tier. There's some other ones that are very good in certain situations and certain scenarios, but those ones are pretty much always good. So like Industrious is amazing. Industrious makes the person work way faster. Things like Fast Walker and Jogger, awesome, because they get around the map faster, get to their work faster, things like that. Yeah, Matt, the problem is I didn't have the foresight to save any of my streams for the first couple of years. So those are all lost, unfortunately. So those are really good. Things like Sanguine. I would say that the traits, I would worry more about not taking bad traits than I would about taking good traits. Like, don't take a Gourmand, don't take a Pyro in like 99% of cases. Don't take someone that's Gourmand, don't take someone that's Pyro. Don't take Chemical Fascination if you can help it. Don't take anything that lowers their mood all the time, like Depressive. Now, Tortured Artist is one caveat to the minus mood thing. Tortured Artist is actually amazing. When they first added Tortured Artist in 1.1, I think it was, I was like, oh god, I don't want that. But then I started using it. Tortured Artist, after they have a breakdown, they have a 50% chance of having an inspiration, a creative inspiration, which increases the next item quality they make by 2 tiers. So what you can do is you can actually have a Tortured Artist that you want to break down all the time, and then when they break down and you tend to them and they get the inspiration, you have them make weapons and armor that are better. It's a way to get like legendary weapons routinely, or masterwork or whatever. So that's the one caveat I would say to, but all the other ones that are minus mood, I would not take them. Social fights, free medical experience. Yeah, they can be annoying sometimes. Overall, social fights aren't a huge deal. And a lot of the ones that create social fights have some other benefits. Like Psychopath is nice. Bloodlust is nice. They can wear tainted clothing without a debuff, for instance. They can burn corpses without worrying about it. Yeah, I would more so worry about not taking detrimental traits more than I would about searching specifically for good traits early on. That makes sense. And like I said, things like work speed, movement speed, and mood increases, those are like your top tier. First part of your message? Which one? The cannibal thing? I didn't see the cannibal thing, but I saw the Psychopath Bloodlusts are amazing. No beautiful people. They made it not as bad to have beautiful people now, but it's still not good. No, it's not very good. Free metal experience, just tend to down animals. That's true. Let's go, Ink Boy. Let's go, Ibex. Welcome in. So yeah, beautiful. They actually changed, I think, to 1.2. It doesn't cause as many social issues as it used to. Thankfully. I still try not to take them, but in general, it's not as bad as it was. Pico the Gallo. That's a good name. Thank you for the follow. I'm a big fan. Big fan of the what'd you call it? Almost call it a dip. Pico de gallo. Anyway, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Man, this base is just silly. I know I keep saying it, but we're almost on year 11 out of 20. Iron Will, Sanguine, Transhumanist. Very good. Hey, Scabbard. Thank you for the host and the raid. Thank you, Scabbard. Those coming in from Scabbard stream, welcome or welcome back. Adam, this is Adam versus everything. We're doing a RimWorld challenge, expedition challenge. Will tell you more, but feel free to hang out, lurk, participate, whatever you want to do. Let's go, Nandy. Unbreakable? I don't know about unbreakable. Pretty close though. Playing Among Us. My feet are cold. I gotta put my slippers on. Selection video. Oh yeah, thank you for watching it, Mystic. Glad people are getting use out of it, and I'll have some more out if there's anything you're super curious about. I don't even mind adding it to a video idea for other people too. Yeah, social fights can, like I said, they do have their downsides, like missing fingers, screwing up some manipulation percentages, mood. Taking out someone important from their job for a day or so. Yeah, we're not accepting anything with an auto mortar. Don't care what you're offering. Not doing that quest. Okay. We'll run power up here. It's like I'm playing a builder now rather than a survival. It's hard to believe this is hardest difficulty, but I guess that's what happens when you get it so far ahead of the curve, you know? How backed up are you on RimWorld names, Mad? We have like over 200 people, like 250 plus in the queue. However, some of those people are in there multiple times, and if they've already been in the current run, I end up skipping their name in the queue. So I have no idea how many actual eligible names are in the queue. It's creative RimWorld. Yeah. Thanks, man. How many times does that happen this run? The skipping? Quite a bit actually. I would say like maybe 10 or 15 times. Great Memory is probably strongest trait in the game. Yeah, Great Memory is really good too. I mean, yeah. The learning ones are pretty good as well. I can see... I mean, Great Memory is really good, but I guess it loses value on someone that you literally have only doing one job the entire time, no matter what. Like, if you have someone that's all they do every day is cook, and that's the only job they ever do, you're probably not going to have to worry about them skilling down ever. But on everyone else, yeah, it's good. I like Industrious. Industrious is one of my favorite. Bionics anyway, so they missed a few fingers, toes, or any appendages. I'm going to replace it. This one's finally done. Rejected proposal. Oh no. R squared Wonko denied you again. I even have you guys on the same schedule. You're gonna end up getting a divorce. You're on the same schedule now. You recreate together, and they're just like, I just don't want to marry you. Shooting is going to be awesome. Maybe being... Yeah, like if they only have one job, I mean, yeah. Bloodlust psychopath jogger. Cannibal is like OP as well if you go that route. Like if you have a full cannibal colony, you never have to worry about mood. It's crazy. It's crazy how easy it is to keep cannibals happy. I can do the love psycast, yeah. See if that helps with their affection for one another. Where is R squared? All right, where's Wonko? R squared. he's resorting to like mystics. He's like, well, if Wonko won't marry me through normal means, I'm going to use this psycast. I'm pretty sure I'll win now. I'm just wondering how big the raid will be. Yeah, I'll do that at the end after we make a ship and stuff. Now you'll like me, by God. Body features and all but marriage. Nope. The gold chunk. Yeah. We have we need to go caravan today and grab all those gold. Undergrounders or night owls good. Undergrounder is not as good as it used to be. Night owl kind of doesn't matter. It's not good or bad really, it's just kind of neutral. Undergrounder is good on someone that's going to stay indoors. Used to, Undergrounder didn't get a debuff for being outside. But now they change it so that undergrounders actually do get a mood debuff for being outside. But if they're going to be someone like a permanent researcher or a cook or something like that, it's not. It's definitely not a negative for them. All right, let's go get some gold. Send some caravans out. Yeah, it is hilarious. He's the one casting it. Quite sad. Rick and Splash Woman. Rick has found love. There's Splash. All right, where's Rick? Consider moving the base to the mountain. I was originally going to do that, Baby Rhino, but I just don't think there's any reason to anymore. We're in such a good defensible position that I think hundreds of hives spawning in our mountain base would be more detrimental to us than the benefits. Okay, that's not overhead mountain. I mean, there's still like 10 years left in this, so maybe we'll still do that. But at this stage, it's not something like I'm planning to do anytime soon, if we do it. You good for mountain base? Yeah, underground for mountain base would be good. Yep. Two colony of them, because if you moods on other colonies could be a problem. Tried building 2 huge mountain base projects. Both times ended up getting wrecked by infestations. Doing something wrong, or does it just come with building a big mountain base? So there's 2 ways to handle it, Kingmin. The first thing is that if you have your mountain base frozen, bugs can't spawn. So if it's under -17 Celsius, you cannot have infestations. But every single tile of overhead mountain has to be kept under -17 Celsius forever. If it ever goes above it, even for a second, it can technically spawn infestation. So what you do in that case, if you want to go that route, is you freeze the mountain base. Everyone wears parkas. You try to get the mountain base down to like -40, and you're wearing like Thrumbo fur or something like that. You will still get Slept in the Cold debuff, but it's not much. It's like, what, -3 or something? You'll get Slept in the Cold. Otherwise, everyone's fine. They don't get hypothermia or anything because of the clothing that they're wearing. And then you have to use something outside of the mountain to grow your food. Making warm clothing in your colonists, then make it super cold. Yep. It has to be always under -17 Celsius to do that. The second option is having the shotgun tunnels set up. So because of how melee works in RimWorld, you can actually have a group of like 9 pawns kill over 100 melee enemies with taking very little damage. I call them shotgun rooms or shotgun tunnels. Do you know about those? I can show you guys an explanation of those too if you don't know. Just learned the cool thing about watching today, if only you had known. Yeah, it's really annoying to get set up, but once it's set up, aside from having to go outside to grow plants, it's one of the most defensible things you can do in RimWorlds. Mountain bases are nice, aside from infestation, because you can't get sieged, you can't get drop potted. Like to know the shotgun thing? All right. I'll draw it down here too. All right. So basically, let's say you have a room. And I'll show like a hallway too. All right, there's a room. And up here we'll have like, let's say all your mountain base hallways are 3 wide. Every so often, like fighting the bugs, but maybe you're weird, Cypher. Every so often, in your hallways, you're gonna put in choke point like this. So a single tile, doesn't have to be a door or anything, just this single tile. You can even have like extra like that if you want. But the main point is you want a single tile choke point. So after that, let's have green be your colonist. After that, you put 3 melee colonists like this, or you can use animals. You can do a zone and just put a bunch of meat shield animals there. But if you have this, what happens is in RimWorld, melee units cannot pass by someone that's meleeing them, even if it's from diagonal. So if you have this set up, melee units cannot walk through here until all 3 of these are downed. So you have like really high armored melee here, and then behind them, the rest of your colonists have really good guns, really good close range guns. Chain shotguns is why I call it shotgun tunnels. So something like this, and as long as you're within 4 tiles, there's no friendly fire from it. Something like this, where these 3 are melee with good armor, these 9 have chain shotguns, and then maybe a grenade back here to throw in this part. This can kill like 100+ melee enemies, bugs, elephants, like it's crazy. And you can do this at any kind of single entry choke point. You either set your melee colonist to block it, or you put an animal zone and put all your animals right there, and you force the enemies to come through that single point. Now, the one thing you have to worry about when it's a ton of enemies is these walls are going to start getting destroyed a little bit by the AoE of shotguns and stuff like that. So you want them made out of like plasteel if you can, or whatever the highest HP material you have is, and then you'll probably want some people repairing it every now and then. But yeah, you can hold hundreds of melee enemies with way less people doing little choke points like that. How's it going, Gur King? Just get an animal. You can just use 1 animal and not stack them, or of 3. Well, you want more than 1, right? Because they're going to die. The bugs are going to attack them. So you want as many animals crammed into that. But you can fit infinite animals in a single tile if it's a zone and they're restricted there. So you could put like 200 chickens in this yellow square, and it would hold that against the bugs while you kill them. Dragoon, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you, Dragoon. So, long story short, put lots of really tight 1 tile opening throughout your mountain base, and have people with chain shotguns and good melee gear. And as soon as you get infestation, pull them all to the closest choke like that, and put a animal zone in the doorway. Put all the animals in there that you don't mind losing, and then you should be able to defend against it. The station would spawn your research room. Yeah, the downside to that is you're probably going to lose those research benches and things either way if they spawn on it. The last time I did a mountain base where I didn't freeze it, we had them spawn in our hydroponic room, and it was 4 entire grow lights of hydroponics, and they destroyed it all. How does the cold strategy work again? Infestations can't spawn if the tiled overhead mountain is minus 17 Celsius or lower. So basically, you try to get the base as cold as you can. You put warm clothing on your people, and bugs don't spawn. You want it really cold, though, in case the solar flare happens and your power goes out for a few hours. So the goal is to get it like negative 40. Freeze the base. The only downside is then you have to grow your stuff outside. It's super energy intensive too. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad though. But again, it's acceptable to food problems is the only downside of freezing the base. Bard, 24 months. Bard, thank you for hitting the button. Thank you, Bard. It's a long time, man. I heard that's almost 2 years. Thank you, Bard. Yeah, there's always going to be 4 empty tiles to hydroponic room. I usually use that for like artwork and things. So basically in a hydroponic room, you can set up 24 basins. Yeah, I don't know either. Let's go on lurkering. Pizza. Pizza sounds good. Freeze important rooms. Yeah, and it's, like I said, it's important to note that even a single tile overhead mountain can cause a full infestation. It's really crazy. So like, if we look at overhead mountain, for instance, that one that we didn't fill in, if you have 1 tile of overhead mountain that's above 17 and it's within 30 tiles of a player-owned structure, it can cause an entire infestation from there. They decided that there should be 4 empty tiles for no reason. I guess so. I guess it's because of the shape and the 4x1 setup, but yeah. There are mods where you can increase or decrease the length of hydroponic basins, so you can fill those in. I wonder what the first thing Randy's going to hit us with tonight, aside from the infestation. We got an infestation. That was a big deal. Library, welcome back. Not much, just trying to survive this RimWorld challenge, as usual. As usual. What a silly thing we're doing. This map, I'm really curious what it's going to look like when we get to the 20 years. It's going to be ridiculous. Oh yeah, that's right. I was going to set up a caravan. Maybe if it's to running lights in your fields. Yes. So basically I have people on night shifts and they get a debuff to mood for being in darkness. So I'm trying to make the entire map wherever my pawns go will be lit all the time, so they never get the being in darkness debuff, which is, like I said, ridiculous in a normal playthrough, but might as well do it in this one. Barbecue them and go to sleep. How's it going, Zed? Welcome back. Yeah, them being in the light, also they don't get the debuff from the dark, like movement and aim debuff. You don't think it's sphere, just stub toes and stuff? Yeah, right. They don't get any penalties from the dark, mood or otherwise. All right, let's get our caravan going. Form a caravan. We're gonna take 7 people. We'll take Bard, Dark, Ash-like, Pilot Wash, Suru, Orchestra. Who was the other one? Vert. Oh yeah, you are in here, Vert. You have a 0 in your name. That's why you're no longer at the end. Sorry, Vert. Yeah, I put a 0 in your name so I can easily find you for the caravan. Gold. That's right. Let's go on Sunlight. Welcome back. Take our caravanning animals that are of age. You take drugs because we're taking some drug addicts with us. We'll take a recreation item. All the travel beds. Take some medicine. Pack survival meals. Simple meals. Some rice for the animals. Should be good. We got food, we got beds, we got recreation, drugs, 7 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And caravan animals. Let's go. Strange game. It's only 1 night a week. Explanation story will tell you what's going on. So, for those that haven't been here, so we used to do a story night once a week. Basically, we play one story game, 1 night a week. That's just a story game that I'm blind to, and we used to do that every single week for years. And I stopped doing it in September. But now we're doing it again. It used to be Mondays, but we're doing it on Wednesdays instead. But Explanation story will explain more if anyone's curious. A planet where almost all things want to kill you. You'd probably be scared too. Yeah. I agree. So yeah, Dragon Age Inquisition on Wednesday nights only. The rest of the week is split streams, which will be RimWorld and for like 5 hours, and then something else after that. A bounty hunter, the promise of payment. How many wall lights do we have? I don't even know that I can select them all. Let's see. It'll only let me select 200 at a time. Wednesday's the best day ever to watch. Yeah, story night's fun. Over 200, that's all I know. Caravan's about to head out. Favorite game of all time? Use Ultima 7. It's a hard one. I think most of it's based on nostalgia for me. So if I had to say, I'd probably either say Super Mario World for the Super Nintendo or StarCraft Brood War. But I think there's a limit to how much it'll select, right? I think the limit is 200. Yeah, it'll only select 200. That's the problem. Sorry, coded. You can mass select stacks of steel. See 14K. Only 200 tiles. It's both so awesome, yeah. I have a lot of... It's easier, I guess, for me to break it down by genre, but Those are definitely two of my favorite games of all time. My estimate of how many lights I think we have? I don't know. 500. Yeah, 500. 500 plus, yeah. Any close calls? Aside from the exclamation 16, no. Exclamation 16 is still the closest. Well, that and when we had the spewer set up at a tile nearby and we had to go kill it. We lost some people during that. Jim, will they become romantic despite anatomic incompatibilities? Yeah. I really hope StarCraft 3 is good. I'm sure they're working on it. RimWorld and Dead Cells are very good too. I guess obviously. How wide is this? 23. Okay. Okay. Actually, let's cancel that. Is that overhead mountain there? It is. All right, let's not cancel that. That's overhead. Oh! I don't know when that happened, but get that filled in, please. Please. Any more? God. Thank you. A huge infestation out here would have been really annoying. We could have handled it, I think, but it would have been annoying. That drill's done too, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of our museum tonight. Watch that be the thing that's holding us together. We lose right after. That's true. Yeah, we have an army of bears waiting if an infestation were to happen out here. No. There's another skyscraper mountain. Museum. Yeah, so basically, this was our first kill box of the run. This is our first kill box that we got set up when we only had a couple people. And we used to use it as a fallback. So we had this, and then we had the trap tunnel, and then we had a kill box here. And we used this as fallback. And then we pushed kill tunnel out here, and then we used this as fallback, and this is a secondary fallback. But at this stage, if enemies reach this part of our base, I think we're dead. I don't think this is going to help us very much. So we were saying that this is like a museum, that this is back 10 years ago in game time. This is what we used to use to save us, to protect the colony. But it hasn't been used in probably like 8 years. So it's probably time to reclaim the space for something more important. Half your wealth in an array of kill boxes. Yeah. We're almost at 1.5 million wealth. Let's go and shell. Oh, you remember the box? You just didn't know it was, yeah. Yeah, we named it the museum. But I think I'm going to put 2 more grow areas there instead. The downside is that'll kind of open this up for Sapper AI. So we'll probably want to put a group of turrets right here to dissuade Sappers from spawning on that side. The Yaya death song. Yayo. Yayo death song. Well, mechs incoming. What are you planning, Randy? Yours is good, yeah. You missed the Sappers? I might do this always now. Well, I don't know. Because in a wealth run, all these turrets would be really screwing with our wealth numbers, but... What a ridiculous base. But I mean, we might as well just keep expanding between Randy attacks. Playing bugs in the one tile of mountain we missed. I'm kind of worried about that now because there's already been 3 spots we found that I missed. New base on the second tile? Yeah, maybe. Thought about it. Afraid it would bog the game down even more, though. My only concern with that. Two raids at the same time. I'd probably just sacrifice the other base if it came down to it, so if we ever did that. Inspired trade. Maybe we should start raiding people. Empire looks a little weak. How close are these guys? They're almost there. Bring back as much gold as we can. Goals get sim much higher next time. Let's go on Traff. Welcome in. Morning to you. Good morning to you. All right, it's time to break down our old early game kill area. Who follows us in the PlayStation Store for 10,000 pounds of the game? Thought you'd want to know. So I am being priced correctly. God. Thank you for letting me know, Ellipses. No, I did not see that. How's the kill room? You mean the barracks attached to it or the actual kill area? Kill area is fine. We might even fill it in with more traps. Guess there's no reason not to. Yeah, it's looking good. And the barracks now is wondrously impressive, so it's as high as it can get. Somebody asked how many bears we have. I think we have around 15. I need to name the new ones, but I'm kind of waiting on this to caravan stuff to finish up. Show the 4 stats for it. Been trying to get it as well. Sure. Wondrously impressive is after 240. I think it would have been it'd been a lot easier to get it if we didn't have all the chunks in there. The chunks are screwing up the beauty. So yeah, extremely spacious, extremely luxurious, and very beautiful. And then slightly dirty is hard to get rid of because they're always going through here, even if we switched over to sterile tile. Remember Randy sent those 6 raids in 1 year? Oh, it was way less than a year. But yeah, I know what you mean. Should build more of the things, more of the defensive things. Maybe. That was so long ago. But yeah. I do remember. Very much do remember. Alright. Here we are. Zone, we're gonna put area 1 here. Throw the animals there in case we get ambushed while we're here. It's better in the sense that it's possible to get it without sterile. Yeah. It's just going to be hard. I mean, the other stats are going to have to get higher. Yeah, it doesn't have to be super clean. We did it without using any sterile tile. Probably been a little easier using some sterile tile. And I might do that after we get more gold in there to... Yeah, 6 raids in 2 days. Yeah. Yeah. You never have enough defense on this difficulty. Right. Take all of our people, all the golds, all the travel supplies, head on out. There's the most. He had 30 beauty, 280 room. Don't remember wealth. Thought since these are so high, maybe dirt is what's bringing it down. The easiest one to increase first is just size. As long as you get over 350 tiles, that's the maximum one. So you can just add size, even if you just add weird, like extra sections like this in there somewhere. Just whatever to make it bigger. You can reach the top tier of size at 350. After that, you don't get any bonus from it, but that's usually the easiest to increase. So if you're super close, maybe making it bigger will be the easiest for you. Of course, then when you make it bigger, you need to improve those the new flooring space that you have in there and all that. So the new walls, whatever you make them out of. All right. Okay, let's get this stuff moved. Let's build some roofing. Build roof area. We're gonna have 2 batteries attached to each of these probably. So let's put one there, one there. It's already roofed, so we can move something down here too. Okay. Does increase it pretty hard if it's excessive, but so long as it's per 10-15, it's cleaning. Shouldn't make too much of a difference. Yeah, if you're right at that threshold, maybe adding some sterile tile will help, but makes the throne room gold. Yeah, eventually maybe. It's impressive enough at the moment, but we'll probably make a pretty awesome throne room eventually. Right now, we're finally clearing this out after using this for so long. Or having it for so long, I guess I should say. More turrets. Why not? Gotta get to that 200 number on turrets too. Awesome. Thank you for the 1 bit. Thank you, thank you. Towards the golden throne. Thank you. We got some more electricity with the new solar, so I might as well use it. I mean, the ones behind it aren't going to do anything, but at least they all look uniform this way. Drainage. It's a story night game. So what we used to do is 1 night a week. It used to be Mondays. We play story night 1 day a week, and we're starting to do that again, but it's on Wednesdays. So exclamation story for more information about it, random name. But yeah, we'll be playing Dragon Age Inquisition every Wednesday night, and it's all we'll play on Wednesdays until we make it through the whole game. So just once a night. And we're also doing split streams, so we're doing RimWorld and Stardew as our main games, and then story night is Inquisition. Let's go on Ashen. We've started up split streams for RimWorlds. Nordry. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Zay, we enjoy it though. Oh, I know. We did story night for years. We stopped doing it in September because of everything that was going on, IRL. But yeah, we played through other games that took a long time doing it. It took us months and months to get through first 3 Mass Effects, for instance. Took us a few months to get through Dragon Age Origins, but yeah, 1 night a week. Otherwise, it would be very detrimental to the stream. We wouldn't get like any new people from Dragon Age. So once a week, story night is back. Then the rest of the week is split stream. Whoa. He spawned right on freaking top of us. It's a good thing he was a naked tribal guy. A mole. And the rest of the week is split stream, 5 hours RimWorld, 2 hours something else. Play Dragon Age Origins. Yeah, I know it took over a month, yeah. Because a month is only 4 or 5 streams of it. I don't remember how long it took, but I want to say it took at least a couple months. I don't mind. I don't mind doing that. I don't mind doing it that way. Man, those drill arms just wrecking the skulls. These skills. IQ, but he could have been thrown into the mines. I'm going to take him either way. We want a lot of prisoners so that we can give them to the Empire for honor. So I'm going to take him either way. If he turns out not to be good. If he's super good, we'll make him a colonist. If not, though, we're going to save him for the Empire. Are we winning? Yeah, I think so. Feels like we're winning. Was he dead? No, he wasn't dead yet. He might have bled out right at the end there, but we downed him without killing him at least. Did it say he was dead when I did the caravan? I was trying to do it fast enough that he wasn't dead when we started, but he might have died while I was setting it up. 2 monitors to stream on. You have OBS on one, RimWorld on the other. Yeah, I do use 2 PCs with a capture card. And I have 3 monitors. I have 1 for this game PC and then 2 for the stream PC. Streaming PC, I have OBS on 1 monitor. Yeah, Mole didn't die. There he is. Have OBS on 1 monitor, and I have chat on my other monitor. Another ambush. Oh, they're chickens. Tough undergrounder. Yeah, he'd be under items if he was dead. God, we're gonna come home with so much golds, or we're all gonna die, one or the other. We've been Red Rabbit, by the way. All right. More lights, more lights. Okay. Yeah, quite a bit to do right now. So undo the thing. Inch-P is a little upset. We'll hit him with the word of joy. Superglue. Why is Superglue upset? He's barely upset. Suddenly he can't do anything about it because of our setup. We also need to check on bionic legs. Haven't done that yet tonight. We're trying to get everyone that's not Gonna have a minus mood debuff from having bionics filled out with bionic legs. This is ridiculous. Now R squared denied the proposal. Wonko has denied R squared twice. And now Wonko proposed to R squared and he's like, you know what? No. Another prisoner. So we got a birthday. Zeophates has asthma. Well, lucky for you, we have some lungs. Cannot believe Wonka and R squared have been proposing to one another. Just denying one another every time. Every time one's ready, the other one isn't. Who is it? Zeo? Alrighty, Zeo. Let's give you some good medicine. Let's replace those lungs. Install lung, right lung. Install lung, left lung. Get to the legendary hospital bed. The world's most dramatic couple. Atsu and Wonko, yeah. Alright, let's look at those legs again. Shadow of 23 doesn't have any. It's not a body purist or anything, so you get new legs. Install bionic leg, right leg. Install bionic leg, left leg. A live journal match. It's on there. Love story before. What love story? I'm not remembering. What a great party. Look at this party. Fantastic. All right. Well. Yeah, let's deconstruct this stuff. Sad to see it go. Served us well from a long, long time. Cat bug. Let's see. What is the button for the cat bug thing that I have?
Your mom said to say that I could have just one peanut butter square, but not till after they cool down.
That's right. Thanks, Wayne. I know I can do select similar, but actually remembered the right button on the first try. Never happens. Mole has got an infection. Whatever. He's gonna have to just get over it. They got a lot to do right now, so let's let them catch up on all this building. Hey, Happy, welcome back. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Iceman got chemical damage. That's what you get when you're a drug addict. Don't you worry. I got organs for you. We should probably bring what we have home. And we'll come out and get more after. Or we go get more anyway. Gosh, stop being greedy. We're gonna get an ambush that instead of one guy, we're gonna have one of those that's like 20-something people. We're gonna die. It's always good to be greedy. We all know that. Let's keep being greedy. Okay, Iceman, what'd you damage? Probably your kidneys. Your right kidney. Well, that's all right. You can get a new one. Install kidney, right kidney. Yeah, we almost had 2,000 gold in it. Oh, let's go and stoop. We'll go back. 15 centipede, all in the pro cannons. What do they want with golds? Legendary marble grand statue. Well. Do we want to use, wait, where's the legendary one? Do we want to use that somewhere, or do we want to sell it? We need a new storage area. Where would we even put it? I think we'll just sell it. Put it in the hospital. How good's the hospital right now? Extremely impressive. We could put it in the prison. It's already unbelievably impressive, though. Yeah, I don't know. Drop pods can hold 18,750 silver or gold. Yeah, I could start taking a drop pod with us to send it home. Or I could even send stuff to them right now, but I've just been... I don't know why, I've still just been caravanning. The old-fashioned way. $37 tiles space. I need to let them finish. We have a lot of little projects set up for them to do. We have new turrets for them to make. We have this to tear down. So, chill for a little bit. A real infestation. Who's nearby? Misfortune? You're incapable of violence. Who else is nearby? Rakes? Come on. I might just wait till they sleep again. We'll do that. Let's wait till they sleep. See how many bugs pop out this time. You whisper me? You reference? Alright, cool. I'll check it out. That is many bugs. Alright, we're gonna wait till they go to sleep, and then we're gonna burn them alive. It's a lot of bugs. So that's our first big event of the night. Think of the jelly, like we need the jelly. Everyone's mood is through the roof, and we have like 23,000 silver. No stuff over. I don't need any of their stuff. I don't care about it at all. Less than you expected. Yeah. How many hives do we get? Only 40 hives. We've had, well, wait. 45 hives. We've had more than that. But here's another thing about Randy. For anyone that doesn't know, Randy can hit you with anywhere from 0.5 to 1.5 strength. So every time you have an event, it gets the amount of points from your wealth and your population curve and stuff like that. And then it multiplies it anywhere from 0.5 to 1.5. So sometimes you get 0.5 and you get half strength that you normally would from whatever hits you. And other times you get the 1.5. Can you steal the jelly while they're sleeping? You can go in there while they're sleeping, yeah. I'm pretty sure you can steal the jelly as long as you don't attack. I was doing that before Div, but I stopped doing it on purpose. Yeah, I want to say that we've had over 80 hives in this run, so I think this is probably a 0.5 strength infestation. Yeah, I was putting in incendiary here for it being self-starting, but I stopped doing it. Do deaths by euthanasia count towards difficulty scaling? I'm not sure, actually. I've never euthanized anyone, friendly or foe. I don't know why. So yeah, I've never checked that out, Stu. colonists lately, and it feels like your raids are easier than usual. It probably does. I mean, I would guess it at least affects the population curve, right? Which does affect difficulty of raids, so it's almost like you're making sacrifices to Randy. It's pretty interesting, actually. Slave ship comes in, you're like, ah. Any old, feeble, cheap people in here that I can sacrifice so the next raid will be weaker? I've never thought about doing it that way, but might be a good strategy. Do raids get easier if someone dies? It depends a little bit, but basically yes. Basically the storyteller has less points that they can use to attack you with, so yeah, it's generally not significant, but well, that one's dead. How am I looking forward to the 100-year colony? So it's kind of interesting. It never really was a problem before because we usually end up beating the game, getting off planet, whatever, starting to run at about the 5 to 7 year mark. Yeah, he has like 1300% mining speed or something. So colonists that were like 35 or 40, it's like, oh my god, they're actually gonna be old enough to start getting birthday defects or whatever you want to call it, before this runs over, because we're gonna be here for 10 or for 20 years. All right, let's just head home. Actually, you know what? Screw it. We have the food, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send them over there. Then while they're going that way, we will uninstall one of these. All right, what did you get, Rick? His tier 6 is mass chaos skip. Got a great idea for the caravan? What is it? It's another industrious guy with double drill hands. Yep. And we have one of them here too that actually has even higher. Turtles and chill. Let's look at his mining speed now. His mining's not even maxed yet, so it'll get higher. But his mining speed is 16 to 61. He's industrious neurotic with 2 drill arms. Every so often drop pod. Yeah, that's what I'm doing actually. Yeah, I'm drop podding them a drop pod to send back to us. Punched again. Oh my god, you got vigorous again though. What the crap? Pod launcher, transport pod, chem fuel. That loaded. That's our new game with a lot less mods than I usually go with because of lag in game. Should you pick Cassandra or Randy? It's one of those things where if you want consistent difficulty, I would go with Cassandra because you're always going to get more raids with her. But she gets kind of formulaic, right? You know when you're safe. So I like Randy for the randomness because you never know when it's going to be chill for years or death for years. So depends on the kind of playthrough you want, I guess. If you want consistently hard but on schedule, go with Cassandra. If not, definitely go Randy. So for me, I'm gonna say Randy for you. Oh my god, yeah. We almost lost to Randy throwing 6 events, 6 raid events back to back to back to back to back to back. That was our closest to losing so far in this run. Okay, they're still not caught up on everything I had them set to do. But yeah, Turtles and Chill has almost 1700% mining speed. Once he gets to level 20 mining, definitely happy with that. How hopeless. I thought we lost, yeah. I cannot believe we survived. I still can't. I was certain that we had lost. I even said, I was already thinking, like, am I going to start the new run tonight? Or am I going to just wait till tomorrow to do it? It's like, GG, that's it. It's impossible. There was like 20 more centipedes. After I thought we were already dead, there was like 20 more centipedes. And somehow we held. I have no idea how we did it, but... Had some casualties, but not too bad. I think we lost like 5 people. Whoa, we just decapitated that guy. Timberate Forest, yep. It was fun. We used calm. Just speed it up. Well, yeah, we can't really speed it up too much at this stage, though, because it doesn't really go much faster, but... Anyone remember the VOD? I actually have a command for it. Exclamation 16. Exclamation, just the number 16. If you want to check it out. I have it highlighted to that command, so... And, I mean... the fun thing is subjective, obviously. Everyone has fun different ways. I know, I don't know if you know them, but Warren, for instance, he streamed like over 4,000 hours of RimWorld, and he only plays Cassandra. That's the only one he likes to play. That's what he has fun with, so. Depends on what kind of RimWorld experience you want. Which tile are they at? This one? Yeah, they're at that one. Okay. All right. Whoops. Sandra, although it's not predictable, she always finds kink in the armor to exploit. Constant raids or constant drop pods. Yeah, that's all I said. She's the most consistently difficult. You can take advantage of that somewhat because if you know her cycle, then you just you know when you're safe. You know when you can just freely build. You know, but yeah, that's what I said. Like she can kill you, of course, especially on like 500%. But you know, if you know the cycle, you know when you're completely safe, and you can use that time to build, and then you know when the next time she's going to be attacking you is. So gotta dump the golds. Gotta hurry. I get that one? Okay. It's already still fueled. I didn't realize it would be. Yeah, it seems like there are less colonists. No, we haven't lost anyone. We still have 55. We just have some off on Caravan. We haven't lost anyone in a couple in-game years, I don't think. It's higher max pop. It's just balancing away. Yeah, that's true. Hers is 20, his is 15. I have to pod? No, I'm not. I don't have to pod it back. I'm doing it because I have so many gold piles to get that if this caravan gets destroyed while we're out, I don't want to lose thousands of golds. We already have like 2,000 to send back. Sleeping on the corpse? Right here's everything you say. Let's go on Logic. Welcome in. Trevor, welcome back. Notice thank you for coming in, by the way. Alright, let's load this up. Send the 1500. Yeah, there's definitely some still on a animal, but okay. Whoops. Legendary gold statues that the run really needs. For now, I'm mainly getting the gold to give to the Empire. All right, let's get some more. Yeah, we still have 990 that I didn't send back. Ooh. Must have been on some muffalos that I didn't check. That's all right. Send it back after the next one, I guess. Where's your head or behind the curve right now because of wealth independent? I think they're way behind, yeah. I think they're way behind. We have so much DPS and stuff. It's just crazy. I think on average our raids right now are about 150 or so enemies, and the last like couple of those we didn't take any damage. Legendary Grand Golden Statue. Lodge is a pitiful 18,000 wealth or so. What's our wealth at these days? 1.3 million. All right, did they finish all the stuff? They did. Goodbye, dumping zone. Actually, those are steel. Maybe I should have just positioned those. So there's always a chance of triggering them when they pick them up, but... Already killed the infestation. Oh no, I forgot about the infestation. I was waiting for them to sleep, and I went through a night. So I'll do that. Is gold or jade better? Gold is better for the statue, for wealth. Do you know much about the dev mode graph? Recovery, etc. I know a little bit about population curve, yeah, but other than that, I don't know too much about the dev mode graphs. We're not past that point, Red Rabbit, because we're not playing wealth mode. There is a maximum that a raid can get to, but we're not to that because we're playing time mode, and the maximum raid size doesn't happen until year 20. So we won't get to the end in this mode until after year 20. That's why we're doing it. Gold higher value, jade higher beauty. So it depends on whether you're going for wealth or beauty, I suppose. Yeah, there is a maximum size raids you can get to, absolutely. But we're not there yet. On this mode, anyway. What's better? Later game, spam, beauty anyway. Yeah, I mean, it just depends on what the room needs, yeah. If you're trying to make the room more impressive, or you're just trying to make the area more beautiful, or if you're making it to sell, so. Had a raid of 600 tribals, 3 groups of 200. I have to watch them before they go to sleep this time. How do you set the mode? When you first make the game, you click custom and you can change all the settings. You can increase the difficulty up to 500%, which is the maximum. Losing is fun by default is 220. There's a slider that you can make it more than double. You can set it up to 500. And then you can put wealth independent mode, which is the time mode that we're playing, in the very, very bottom right. Let's go ahead and silly idea. Welcome in. Cat Waffle. How you doing? Another prisoner. Time mode's harder in the beginning. It took us 16 tries to live past early game. On Naked Brutality, anyway. So we had some crazy stuff happening. Like, for instance, we would get a raid of like 9 enemies with guns on like day 5 on Naked Brutality. So it just depends. If you can get ahead of the curve, which is very hard to do, but if you can get ahead, it actually becomes easier, it seems. But it's a completely different playstyle as well. Early game was much harder. Can't believe we have a slave ship. Slave ship. Hysteric, right? World Independent mode. Yeah, we don't have one on this one now. That's I mean, I'm guessing it's under the mountain, but we don't have one that was accessible. We did have a lot of underground neurotic. We did have a lot of golds that I rushed and mined on day 1 or 2 in order to buy some weapons and colonists. Lately, C12. Yeah, I don't know about the fun point thing. That's weird. I know about raid points, but fun points, I have no idea what that is. Very neurotic, great memory. 65 years old. Nope. We'll buy the components. Buy the medicine. Buy their Luciferium. Need to break that stuff down sometime. So I guess we can use this as extra storage. It was for corn, but we stopped growing corn. Anyway, we need to finish this crap over here. We'll keep all these, but we'll just reinstall them where it's possible. We have some weaknesses for drops or weaknesses. We could get Sapper AI spawning again. I don't think we're going to, but better safe than sorry. As soon as it's nighttime, we need to kill these friggin' bugs. Can't forget this time. Might move them again later, but it's be good enough for now. Let's go insane. We'll go in. Let's plan an attack. I'm just gonna burn them. Just gonna burn them while they sleep. I don't care about the jelly at all. We don't need the wealth or anything. We have over like 22,000, yeah, per usual. Got like over 22,000 silver, a couple thousand golds. So like fires anything else in the stream? Just need to pop in at the right time every time. I'm gonna take him either way. I'll check him when we get back home. Spider fire. I want to give him to the Empire if we're not gonna keep him either way, so. Are you sleeping yet? Let's let him bleed out while we mine. Yeah, if he survives, we might keep him around until we sell him into slavery. There's a lot of bugs. They're asleep. All right. Who we got nearby? Swive Penguin? Trevor's incapable of violence. All right, come on and grab us. Give the Empire the bugs. Okay, I think they're... Are they all asleep? A couple of them aren't. They must have just hatched or something. Still in the heat yet. Sure, it's a gold mining operation, not a group of slavers. Little column A, little column B, you know. An eclipse. All right. Keep this. Was it a mod? Yeah, we strip mined it early game for resources. We haven't needed to strip mine anymore since then. So we're so rich off of our drugs and slaves. But originally, yeah, we dug through to find components and steel and plasteel, stuff like that. We'll sell our extra husky puppies. Buy some more chickens, I guess. Buy their chocolate. It's great. We'll buy their fine meals. Buy some meat. Buy some more meat. Nutrient components, advanced components, get all that from them. Sell our... Oh my god, we have so much double strands. Holy Christ. Buy their medicine. Screw it. I don't know. I'm thinking about buying like tons of stuff from them. We don't need the steel. We have so much. We have like 12,000 steel. Buy the plasteel. We'll buy their gold, I guess. Mech hive. Multiple places. To defense zone. Alright, what are we dealing with here? Centipedes from that side. All centipedes. Okay. How many pack animals to have to haul all that? I think we have like 12 muffalo or something. We got lots of time. We have we're 7 people short. How the cave get there? We strip mine the mountain early game. For resources. Let's go ahead and organize this and I'll save where they're at. It's effective at killing bugs? Yeah. They're dead. They dead. Okay, bugs are all dead. No, all the jelly's gone, but we don't need it. It's okay. Why the stone in the corner? These? It was because they were lighting some things on fire, and the fire was spreading to our mini turrets. So it's from an old precaution that we had that we don't really need anymore. But oh, the middle, yeah, that's for that's to give, yeah, to determine, not determine, to make them more likely to run up the middle. Yeah. So I don't have all charge rifles. We haven't really needed all charge rifles, so I've been spending it more on upgrading all bionics first. So a masterwork assault rifles better than a normal charge rifle, for instance. Do we have the bypass open? Bypass is open. Okay, we're good. It's raining, that shouldn't matter. Torch artists to make guns? I have one, yeah. But I would still rather have start out with assault rifles anyway, because at the time I can manufacture good assault rifles for everyone rather than having just some people have charge rifles and some having like bolt action or heavy SMG still. That's true, yeah. Our tortured artist hasn't had a breakdown in years. I might destroy these, which isn't a big deal. Too busy having breakdowns in real life and street. I'm sorry. Sorry to laugh. They didn't get a shot off on us, so GG. So ridiculous, man. Our DPS is so crazy. All right, and that was with us missing 7 people. Let's get everyone back to work, get that replaced. If we don't get it set back up before the next raid, we'll open up the secondary kill tunnel. Let's get our hauling animals back to hauling. Caravan arrives. Okay. GG. Okay. All right, last rebuilds. Crew summing, not a firefight. Power of the triangle. That's right. Excellent. It's nice when dinner spawns. That's still super hot. I can't go in there yet. How hot is it? Still 600 degrees. All right, bring the rest of that gold home. And the prisoners. Grenadiers, there was a statue or something special. I know, I was getting a little worried because this was actually taking a lot of damage. The idea of the columns. So columns force them into our best accuracy range, making it so that ranged enemies can't shoot from there. So by default, enemies can't shoot from the same tile that a column is in. They also provide the least amount of cover for how much HP they give. So the columns do a lot of things. It makes it so the enemies can't fire at us until they get past them. And it makes it so that by the time they get past them, the place where they stop to shoot at us is in the highest accuracy range for our assault rifles and our charge rifles. As you saw, like, these weren't shooting at us, right? They were trying to get down here, and they weren't shooting until they got down into this area. By that time, we'd already shot them a lot, and then they were in our best accuracy area. I don't use chunks because chunks give 50% cover, whereas these only give 25, and chunks also displace when something dies on top of them, whereas these don't, and they can just be repaired. Pillars in that? Yeah. Now, there is a caveat to it. If you stun lock something in it, or you have like a big backed up bottleneck, they can technically shoot from there, but they try not to shoot from the same tile as a column. Maybe make a backup one a little bit back from that. Yeah, like here or something. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Chunks are more valuable as bricks too. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you have infinite chunks, but I used to use chunks before columns existed, and then I started, because chunks ended up getting displaced, I started using stools, like granite stools. But then they came out with columns in 1.1. Those work way better. You're using chunks? Yeah, the problem with chunks is they can be displaced and they give more cover. So what I mean by displaced too, like if all of this is, let's say that this entire tunnel is chunks. If something dies on a chunk, the corpse will take that place and it'll push the chunk even through the wall. So the chunk will get just zoned to a different area. And then things can fire from that spot where the corpse is. So Risk, they will follow. Risk, welcome in. You were here when I figured out the stool thing? Yeah. That was a long time ago, man. Is this still hot? It's still a little bit hot. We'll have an animal open it. Maybe. No, we'll just open it. Where's rakes? Nothing good there. We'll buy your components, your medicine, sell you some drugs. Buy the soothe pulsar. Ooh, they're selling another architect leg. We'll grab that. You get those installed. We've had them like laying around for who knows how long. How many do I want to sell? That's fine. All right, where's rakes? Center hallways, then in the open, have a similar setup, but some enemies still stand on them and shoot without being bottlenecked. Mostly small ones like pirates and lancers. Lightmen and peds as well. Yeah, there's a certain thing that I don't know exactly what all can allow for it, but they can fire from the columns in some situations, but they try not to. And if you can kill them before they get to the end of the column line, it seems I mean, I guess obviously better. What are you doing, Hytala? Cleaning rubble. Hang on. No. You're cleaning it from the doorway, I guess? That's weird. Hey, look, there's components there. What's the temperature in there? 204. Okay. All right. They actually broke through some of that, huh? Probably overkill, but whatever. Better safe than sorry. All right, we'll have Finn bring that up. Where are you, Finn? Finn. Are you sleeping? Yeah, let's have you eat first. I'll force you to eat something. Consume a fine meal. And then deliver this wood floor. Hopefully those guys get back for the Empire. They should get back long before the Empire comes. The Empire was just here like a season ago, right? So they won't be able to come again until at least this season's over. A couple days. We're almost in year 11. Oh, crap, Rakes. I thought I undrafted you, my bad. How's it going, baby cat? Welcome in. Maybe I should put another wood storage place up here. I'm gonna do that. Let's put the door here. Let's keep dragging like that. It's probably the game lagging. And doors slow things down so much. 20 years and stopping or seeing how many years past when you can survive. So at 20, we're gonna see how big the raids are, and then I'm going to do both the ship and the Stellark thing, and then we'll probably say that we won. So the main primary goal of this is to get to 20 years in the time mode, because it doesn't get any harder after that. And I also want to see what a ship launch and Stellark thing together on time mode year 20 500% will be like if we get to that far. Solar flare. Be more than enough wood for a long time. Harder than others because, well, yeah, not even just composition of weapons. Randy has something in his coding that he can send anything from 0.5 to 1.5 raid strength at you. So we'd have to get certain raids that end up rolling the 1.5 value rather than anything lower to see the actual extent of it, I suppose. But I don't know how long we're gonna wait for stuff like that to happen. Let's see. We'll see. Entry started a social fight. What is this about, Entry? Muzz compared you to a raider? Wait, like a random raider that attacks us, or literally to like raider tube? Either way. Sappers, sounds explosives, such. Oh yeah, I know, but to expand on that, yeah, even the same raid type can be different. Even an all centipede raid can be different depending on how if it rolls the full 1.5 point multiplier or not, you know. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. How you doing, Finn? Are you all right? Ah, you're fine. One of them went berserk. One of the prisoners. Put her down. Kill her. Workers got food poisoning. She must eat berries or something. Must have ran out of survival meals while we were out. Is that the bear that hit the trap? Oh no, it cut a paw off. God, I still need to name all these bears. If anyone's wondering why I'm doing this, wood stacks burn the same temperature and length regardless if they're a full stack or, you know, no matter how many are in a stack. Anywhere from 1 to the max burns the same amount of temperature and time. Also, they burn longer than wood flooring. So we are having them put down wood flooring cause it'll be in segments of 3, and then we're canceling that and making it so they won't pick them up to make sure we get the most out of our wood. Can animals get prosthetics? Not without mods. I don't know how wealth independent mode impacts caravans, honestly. Yeah, like animal bionics mod, yeah. But base game, no, they can't. Banner's still doing all right. Uh, let's have him eat, I guess. Modifier animal bionics, though it's called a dog said. What's the hottest this cave has gotten? I think when it was pretty small, we got it got really hot in there, right? Like over 2,000 degrees or something. Now it gets around like 1,200. Definitely remember it going over 1,900 when it was smaller. I want to say that we passed 2K on it, but this last time it probably got to like 12. Another mech hive. It's an AoE one. Where's the caravan? Caravan, no. Rest. They're inside the walls. It's a drop, an AoE drop. Where are they? There's a centipede right there. Centipede out there is fine. This is not good. I need to blow that. That's fine. Where's the other? I hear a friggin'... Where'd the Scyther get to? There was one chasing Hytala. That's the one I'm specifically looking for. Is that the one that was attacking Hytala? Because I thought he ran from up here. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Let's kill this one. Gotta blow this wall open. So these will come to the kill tunnel. Drills are down. Still deal like 5 Scythers. Hytala. 10, 11 hours. Get out. Who's a doctor? I'm a doctor. I'm a doctor. Send Hytala. Did we blow the wall? Oh crap, I was the one doing the wall. Where's Reezy? We'll have him do it. You guys can go back to your whatever you were doing. Tala, rest. Where's Reezy? Reezy. Man, that's... Hytala's being cared for. Okay. You gotta blow that wall before they're done destroying stuff in here. We're gonna have a bad time. Those ones are almost to the kill tunnel. Do we get it? Yeah, alright, cool. Ja Reezy. So now these are able to come out of that section. They'll come to the kill tunnel. Let's go ahead and Tim. Poor animals, I know. Yeah, these raids are really chaos since we have so many little parts of the base. We're also not done up here, but that's alright. As long as there's not infestation near this. Is Hytala alright? Yeah, he's fine. We got the traps back up, so all these ones are gonna down on the traps. Not a big deal. It's a good thing we stopped that caravan. They would have all died coming in down there. That part of the base is like another slow tunnel. The downside is they killed all the animals in there because that's the grazing area. So we lost a lot of our caravan animals. Oh, Sabriel. We've had that dog since the beginning. All right. Yeah, we're okay. It's just that they're so spread out. That wasn't too long after the other mech. I might want to put some turrets in here, just give time to open that wall up next time. We also got to remember to get the IDs back there. After this is over. I still hear fire somewhere. Even though it's raining. It's a good thing it was raining. Oh, our rhino that we've had for a long time has died. Alright. Man, that's gonna take out most of those traps. So this is not as bad as the other mech raid, it's just that it's AoE drop, so. Why is that one going up here? Oh, we actually have turrets that are not closed in, so. It's gonna fight those turrets, oh well. No, it's already destroyed them. Screw it. We can rebuild them. Whereas guys take so long to get there too. Yeah, it's one of the nice things about having this barracks connected to the kill tunnel is we can just chill and everyone can eat and get the recreation. Yeah, this enemy took out so many traps. It does suck that we have to wait on these two centipedes to get all the way there. Not to mention this one. That's gonna die to the next 3 traps. Come on, get in here. The kill tunnel is not completely repaired. We maybe should open the other one, but it's so few that I don't think we're gonna worry about it. We're not even gonna use the turrets. Just gonna turn the turrets off. Everyone aside from Hytala. Get ready. That's not repaired yet. Man, we gotta wait on that one centipede. What kind is it? Heavy charge blaster? Alright. Where's the caravan gonna enter from? Caravan? You guys still resting? No, they're moving. Just really need to jump on wherever they come in at. They can take care of it. I kind of wanted them to come in and take care of it. Where they come in? Pier. I'm gonna do a Suru. Obviously hungry. Food poisoning. Gotcha. No. Okay, the animals just came back. We need to get them in the dump zone. So many organs walking towards their base. I'm gonna tap someone, grab the goals. Can't believe that one Sidispede is still here. God, Orchestra. I'm watching this. She went right through there. I was going goggle. Okay, so I need to get some more turrets in here for next time. What else do we need to do? Probably close this off. Alright, finally, all mechs are dead for both raids. Alright, back to work zone. Got lots of stuff to repair. Lots to repair. We should probably open the other kill tunnel. If we have another attack here soon, we're going to have to use the secondary backup kill tunnel. Hey, Protolex, welcome in. Good morning from Norway. Thank you. Colonists are that big and not centered, so you can see the mood. We're trying out a new one, actually. Let me see. It's Colonist Bar KF. It's a continued one, so the original one is not being worked on anymore, so it's Colonist Bar KF continued, I believe. Do you remember what the closest call has been? Oh yeah, that video that Superglue just linked. Yeah, we almost lost. I thought we had lost on that one. I was already saying GG and thinking about doing the next run. So, yeah, no problem. No problem. All right. So much to do. So I need to get this finished. Draw that. All right, where's Finn? Really? We need to unload the animals. Goggle, 23 months. Thank you, Goggle. It's a long time. Always say it. It's always true. Thank you, Goggle. We don't care about that. Much love to Goggle for the continued supports. Man, we had a lot to deal with right there at once. We had the giant infestation. We had the caravan going on. We had the big mech raid followed by the mech drop raid. But we're good. Itala almost got downed by a scyther that fell into one of our buildings. Goggle, 45 total gift subs. Thank you for the gift sub to Leonora. Leonora for their first month. Thank you again, Goggle. More love to Goggle. Thank you, Goggle. Let's unrestrict the ones that can haul. We lost our rhino that we've had for almost ever. Killed in its own grazing pasture. All of our chickens died. It's not a big deal. What's going on with our power? We should have way... high power. Lissy, what? Well, alright. Mole was carrying 160 golds. Okay. Apparently we even had the slaves carrying golds. Wind and solar and the batteries are down. Did they destroy a line somewhere? It's really weird. I don't... Okay. We have so much though, it's hard to know. Yeah, I don't see any destroyed, but I don't know. All right, well, let's get remade. Selden, we need to put your good weapon back on. Sword also needs his good weapon back. Dama? Am I getting your name right? Is it Dama? Is it Dama? Anyway, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What about in the grazing field, Jimbo? You see a break somewhere? I mean, there's no power coming from this anyway. I think it's that wind and solar both just happen to go down. Where do you see the power line cut? Like, these aren't supposed to connect. And this is old, so this isn't... Oh, are you talking about this? Oh, you saw a bypass that. Gotcha. Yeah, and this is really old. This is from early games, so this is just something we don't use anymore over here. But I think it's just because of all the wind being down. Suru. Let's get you a weapon again. Masterwork. Okay. That'll do. Oh no, they built the friggin' floor while I wasn't paying attention. Why? Why? I need to remove floor. Who's around that can do it? What am I doing? Hauling steel to the mini turret. That's fine. Shims, can you do this? No. Someone else close by? Wonko can do it. Come, Wonko. We have wood tiles to destroy. And all these prisoners we just came home with are going crazy. They punched a Mega Sloth. Crap, Wonko, I want to go check this out. Oh, someone's dying. Hear gunfire. Alright, you're dead. Mega Sloth killed you. Alright. It sucks. You're gonna get downed by a turtle. Congratulations. Tear up the dance floor. This is my gold you're dropping all over the map. All these ambushers. Come on, Woozy. It's one-on-one. Good job. Go you. We got a lot of little projects going on tonight. Ah, the chem fuel generators are not being refueled for some reason. Oh, they must have went down during the time that we were hanging out the kill box in the last raid. That must be what's going on. That explains it. We almost have enough wood. Your base. Got 100 components out of it. Good. I've not played with the one where you can have that happen. The mod. Let's go game. Ray, welcome in. So much Luciferium. 150. God. We only have like 5 people on it too. All right, let's get the last. Finn, I know you're asleep, but let's have you bring some wood up instead. Early morning, so I think we're hanging out. Well, you could have a good night. We'll work on having fun on the rim. Fun and survival. We need some more storage areas. All right, Finn, come on. Bring that wood. Need to figure out our candidate for our GoTech legs, too. I think I'm going to put one of them on me, my character. Because... No, Finn, no. Don't build it. Okay. Now we get those made. We're good. He's gonna get hungry before he's done with that. We gotta get that set back up. Where's super glue? Super glue, you all asleep? Can build those instead. Our poor pets. All right, while we're waiting on them to do this, let me finally name the grizzly bears. So we have an animal naming queue. This grizzly bear is bonded to a gravitas? Ugh. We've got a lot of grizzlies to name. Okay, well, let's do it. Who's next in the animal naming queue? It's loading. Name a RimWorld pet. Lobster Pinchy. Purchased with channel points by Ashlike. Oops. We got Bobby Shark. Excuse me. By Rakes. We got Loves Belief by Misfortune. What else we got? Yeah, Rick, also by Misfortune. We got Roll, also by Misfortune. There's a lot of channel points on names here. We got Tofu by Puzzle. Bear named Tofu. We got It's R Squared. There's also a colonist, so that's going to be confusing. Named by Raider. 3 more to go. Let me mark these ones off. We got Bubbles. Purchased by Lobby. We got Cat by Phelan. And we got Charlie by Andros. Alright. We're caught up on naming our bear army. Mark these off. There we go. Done. Duggard. Make the old kill tunnel storage? Maybe, yeah. Maybe. This was storage for corn. I guess I needed to have it as overflow storage instead. All right. Starting to get everything back out. Did we get this wall done? We did not. So are we still working on that? Yeah, here he comes. Get it done, super glue. Before someone spawns and runs through there and kills you. Alright. They also destroy that drill. Friggin' mechs. No respect for anything. No respect for anything. Off to work. Have a good shift, Woozy. They were hanging out. Very broken kill tunnel for melee where you put doors in the middle of it and the tunnel built diagonally. Yeah. I'm surprised they haven't fixed that exploit yet. It's coming through without getting injured. Yep. I don't use it because it's seems a little too exploity to me, but being able to attack corner punch or whatever 4 of 7 in a row. Being able to do the corner punch thing seems a bit cheesy. A little more than cheesy. How's it going, Corona Red? Welcome back. Yeah, you can even have melee animals hit through a corner tile like that without the enemies being able to hit back. So you can just kill everything. You can have like whatever you want. I mean, like you can have 100 Muffalo or something. And let me see if we have any corners like that anywhere that I can show people what we're talking about. Do I have any that are not connected? Like this. So if you have a corner like this, your characters can and animals can melee through the wall, but enemies can't. What year? We just hit year 11. Today's the first day of year 11. So yeah, I don't use it. The door open. I'm really surprised they haven't fixed that though. I figured they'd fix it. They fixed some other things faster, less exploity things faster. So I'm really surprised. Yeah, there's like a little layout you can do with it too, like this. I don't know if you really want to call it a circle, but it's kind of like a circle. And you can even have people sitting in chairs punching as the enemies go by. All right. This one's got all of it. Okay. What are we gonna do next? This one's also exhausted. Kill 30 scythers for melee pawns. No damage taken. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind if other people use it, but it's very exploity because there's no risk in it at all. Just you're safe from every enemy that can attack you pretty much if you set it up right. Yeah, there's still a lot to repair, so I don't want to set up more jobs, so we're done with that. These guys, I forgot they had extra beds up here set to prison. When they wake up or get up, we'll destroy the beds. I guess I could just go ahead and assign them not to be prison beds. Wardens will come take into the other beds. None of these are like legendary thing, right? There's a masterwork. It's okay. Level 17 in art. I didn't realize we had these set for meats. I don't want meat in there. Meat goes bad too fast to have this be in there unrefrigerated, so there we go. Observer, sorry, the subscription, 3 months. Here's my sub to help keep your channel going. Thank you, Observer. It really does. Much love to Observer. Really hoping this is the year I can convert and have content creation be the only thing that I do for money for my family. YouTube is helping out with that as well, which is nice. YouTube channel is growing quite a bit. And then, you know, you guys hanging out here helps the most, and subscribing and all that good stuff, as you know. But thank you, thank you. Oh, stop. Stop. We got roof collapsing here. Ooh, it's a good thing they didn't get hit. Close, close. Landors. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Well, I'm getting your name right. Fuego. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. 5 months. Have some Bezos bucks. Yes. Every time you use Twitch Prime here, you're taking $2.50 out of Jeff Bezos' pocket and you're putting it in mine. So thank you, Fuego. Much love to Fuego also. I want to say as well and also at the same time, so it came out kind of weird, but I appreciate it. Do we already have everyone as tier 6 that can meditate now? Why am I looking at adulthood? No. Selden, it's time for you to mate with a tree, Selden. Avatar style. Good luck. Drugs are coming in. All right. Looking good. We gotta get all this repaired too. Not gonna set up a new building project until they finish repairing all this. Kind of want a travel raid. What do you have for me? Banana bread? My wife's bringing me banana bread. Thanks. Ooh, a magic trick. Thanks. You right? Can't sleep. Bezos bucks. Banana bread sounds good right now. Tastes good right now too. You have no idea why? Great, now it'll be in my head. Now it'll be in my head too. How much gold do we end up collecting during that? We have almost 5,000 golds? We have 2 inches of snow suddenly? Wonder if it's coming north. It's not snowing right now here, but I've seen the Kung Fu children's cartoon multiple times. Never seen the Blue Space for his movie. Always thrown a bit when you Avatar referred to the one never cared about. The Avatar movie's good for what it is. I mean, it's a really pretty movie. It's the retold story that you've seen 100 times, but it's fine. So it's fine for an entertaining movie. It's pretty. It's a pretty movie. So 10, he's working already. Yeah, we were talking about that the other night. Banana bread. My wife did something different this time, and she put a swirl of cream cheese throughout the banana bread. It's pretty good. A legendary corset. Avatar was the last movie you saw at theater? Damn. We never go to the theater very much either. Maybe like a couple times a year. One or two times a year, but... When was the last one I saw? I don't remember. Probably some kids movie. My wife and my daughter. What'd you get, Selden? You got Word of Trust. Nice. Oh, we didn't even check out the prisoners. Bisexual chemical fascination. Tough undergrounder. Kind nimble jogger. With a burning passion for crafting. They're getting a smoke leaf, but we can just take their legs until they're done with that withdrawal. Do I want to try to get to 100 people, like, really? Or any number above what we have? I don't know. Don't know. Kind nimble jogger is good, though. Pretty exceptional. Let's go ahead and take her legs so she doesn't have a breakdown from her withdrawal. And if the Empire doesn't come by the time she's done with her withdrawal, we'll perhaps add her. Okay. So we're going to install peg leg left leg, install peg leg right leg, and then we'll take them out. If they're good, yeah. Don't stop at any specific number. Time to win the game? Well, we could have won a long time ago, but that's not our goal. Expedition Challenge kind of goes through our goal, but... Yeah, we could have launched a ship 6 in-game years ago or something, you know? But we're trying to survive to the end of time mode, which is that sounds kind of the end of time. We're trying to survive till time mode continuously gets harder until year 20. We're gonna try to survive all the way to year 20 to see what it's like, and to say that we did it. We're over halfway there, so. I'll check it out, Luke. 1,000 people? No. Then it would take me 20 real years because the computer would be moving like 1 frame per second. Everything's almost done. Everything's almost repaired finally. Zoom in on the surgery. Gives us a 100% chance of success. See? So now that she has peg legs, we just remove them. Make sure that's the one we gave. Yeah, okay. Remove left leg, remove right leg, and then even if she has breakdown, she can't move, so who cares? That make the no pause part of the challenge easier. That's true. Take those legs out. One piece of wood pops out. That's how we can get one piece of wood at a time. And these tiles have 3. We just put prisoners up here and we keep installing and taking out wooden legs in different positions inside the mines. That doesn't sound like excess at all. Daffodil, thank you for the follow, Daffodil. Yeah, pretty barely not playing with balls. Mental breakdown, no legs, no problem. That's right. The radical new surgery. Sounds like the plot of Saw 432. Yeah, I think you're right. Gold! We have 5,000 gold, though. Basically every Saw movie, yeah. I want some... We've had, what? Bugs and lots of mechs tonight. I kind of want some humanoids so I can burn them in our new tunnel. We still haven't burned anyone in our new tunnel. It's like Randy knows what I'm planning. Oh, you made this elaborate burn tunnel? I'll just send you mechs from now on. Come on, Randy, let me burn people. My wife has used her channel points to summon Granny. It's like my dear old Granny used to say as she sat out on the porch drinking sweet tea.
Shake your whammy fanny, funky song, funky song. Shake your whammy fanny, funky song.
Thanks, Mod Wife. She's trying to get that friggin' song in my head. How's it going, Grasswing? Need to finish my gold floor. Yeah, it's kind of on hold while we get royalty, but thank you, Grass. Aries says ... Cats can't type, yeah. There's all kinds of flaws in that. Can't believe we're tearing down the original kill tunnel. Feels like only yesterday we were in there destroying tribals. A Royal should start the reactor and host the Royal at the same time. Yeah, I think I might try that. Look, see what happens. They can type, just not coherently. I guess you're right. Yeah, that'll be really interesting to see. For sure. Ugh. Heard that flooring increases your wealth a lot and makes raids harder. It does. Also makes cleaning a lot harder until everything is floored. Got any pointers or thoughts? Yeah, so for me, on a normal playthrough where it's not wealth independent, I don't really use flooring in most of my buildings. The exception is the hospital and eventually the barracks, but I usually don't put flooring down because it adds so much to wealth, yeah. And it actually does cause filth problems in the long, or well, like you said, until it's all sorted out. So for me, yeah, I stay away from flooring. I can increase the you can increase the quality of a room much easier other ways that add less wealth. For instance, making the room bigger is one of the easiest ways. The different tiers of room size are the breakpoints are pretty easy to hit, especially the first few. So just making a room bigger is way less wealth, just a few more wall pieces, and then you can also increase the wealth in there by increasing beauty, and you can do that with even just growing flowers in the room. Like if you have a really big room, like a barracks, you can actually grow dandelions or whatever. It depends on how work intensive you want it, but you can grow flowers in the room itself, and it'll increase the beauty, and it doesn't add wealth. So there are lots of ways to do that. I wish flooring didn't add so much wealth, because it doesn't make a lot of sense that it does, especially the basic flooring. But that's how it is. So if you're trying to be cautious with your wealth so that raids aren't harder, I would definitely say don't worry about flooring most areas. Hospital is an exception. Sometimes I'll floor the prison early on so that it's higher quality, so that we get recruits faster. But I do see, for instance, one of the things that a lot of people do is they'll have their storage room floored. And there was really no reason for that. It's just adding a lot of wealth for little to no benefit. So yeah, use less flooring. The only reason I'm using so much flooring in this one is because we're playing on wealth independent mode. Bipods don't have cataphract helms. It must be looked down upon. Misfortune is not even capable of violence, and Shims is a nudist, and Rakes is a drug addict, so I don't know why Lissy doesn't have it. Look at those plebs without the most glorious helmets. Point at them and mock them. Smooth stone floor also adds to wealth, and it's even worse because smoothing the stone floor, not only does it add to wealth, but there's no way to get rid of the wealth. Once you smooth floor, that wealth is with you forever. Even if you put other flooring on top of it, you then have the wealth from the flooring on top of it and the wealth for the smooth stone floor. So you gotta be careful with that. That's one reason why I've stopped smoothing flooring. Even in mountain bases, when I want flooring, I end up putting down my own flooring because I don't want to double up on wealth with the smooth floor. Or at least I don't want to have the, or not have the option to lower it. Where you turn on or off wealth independent mode, go into, if you already have a game, you go into options and you go into storyteller settings. Once you're in there, you click on custom, and then it's the very bottom right. I gotta make sure, let's double check that I'm still on 500%. Yeah, we're still on 500%. The very, very bottom of custom settings in the bottom right. Wealth can be manipulated way too easily. Yeah, I agree. Play the wealth management as an auto mechanic. Yeah, I agree. It seems weird to me how much wealth that walls and floors add. Like, I can understand the items and the colonists and the defense and things like that, but man, walls and flooring. I mean, if you look at our wealth is crazy, but if you look at ours, just off of walls and flooring alone, we have over 600,000 wealth on this map. Crazy. Maybe time to trim the beard. Can't really eat soup anymore. Huh, there's an angry turkey. Let's have one of our nudists kill it. Get a swirly straw. So high, our gold floor isn't even that long. Yeah, that's right. I mean, like I said, I can understand like maybe the improved flooring being like the different metal tiles like gold and steel and sterile. That makes sense. And maybe like the carpets, especially the more advanced carpets and things, but 2 words, soup enema. Oh no. You've seen that crap about the people. No. Lobby. I'm sorry. All right. The people that are addicted to coffee enemas. What the crap? It's like, how do they even... What even made them decide to do that? I don't know. I won't be trying it. If you just mine to a mountain, you could have very low wealth. Yeah, the walls won't add to the wealth, and as long as you don't smooth the stone floor, it won't add very much to it either. It's not safe. They ended up having some kind of problem. I don't know what they... There's like an interview with the people. Okay, this is gonna sound weird, but if you go to Google and you look up coffee enema interview, just trust me on this one. It's safe, kinda. It doesn't show anything. One of the chemicals in coffee is super amazing, but if you drink, so it destroys it. So they put it up their butt. Oh my god. Strongly advised against. Kellogg cereal guy back in the day thought a cereal would help you. Wow. Let's go on tax. Gonna decline that one. Yeah, I agree. Oh boy. But yeah, on the harder, especially on the harder difficulties, that's on the normal settings for RimWorld on harder difficulties. That's what the game becomes. It becomes a wealth management game. If you manage your wealth and keep it relatively low compared to your technology, it can be pretty easy even on the hardest difficulties. If you don't worry about it at all, then it becomes very hard. So I kind of like this wealth independent mode. It made the beginning of the game very difficult, but once we got past that hump, stabilized, got ahead of the curve, it's been pretty interesting to see how we can build with this mode, whereas we would never do this on a normal setup. All that fancy flying. Hey Arch, welcome back. How's it going, Arch? What do you use? Nutrient paste? I think nutrient paste is actually really good, especially early game. So I usually use nutrient paste in the early game for Naked Brutality and Crash Landed. It's really good for a couple reasons. One, it's very efficient with nutrients in general, so it doesn't take a lot of items put into it to make a meal, so it's very efficient in that regard. It also doesn't cause food poisoning, which can be really annoying early game when you only have 1 or 3 people or whatever. And you don't have to have someone tied to a stove or a campfire early game. So it frees an entire person up to just work elsewhere. So, and it's not a big hit, especially if you make your dining room fancy for the early game. Like just make a big dining room so you get that room buff from being very spacious. And yeah, nutrient paste is awesome. Right now I'm just using it for prisoners only at this stage of the game, but yeah, nutrient paste is good. All right, let me get that leg now that things have settled down. An Archotech left leg. And then who else needs bionic legs? Bionic legs, plebs. Plebs again. Do we finish off bionic legs? No, almost. Wait, Reezy, he's a body purist, so. Well, hang on a second, Lissy. You don't have bionic legs? Let's give her the good medication and install bionic leg. Left leg, bionic leg, right leg. Don't we chopping off your limbs? Yeah, before I remembered that you were a body purist, I took out one of your eyes for a bionic eye, and you were really upset. So I just took it out again with a spoon. Can you ever make a barracks that's as good as individual bedrooms? No, but there's a kind of a caveat to that. We currently have a wondrously impressive barracks. So this barracks, but it's a combination. So the thing I like about the barracks is that it's very, normally it's very good about wealth and space for bigger colonies. It's a lot of wealth to have fancy individual bedrooms, but one barracks can be a barracks, dining room, and rec room, all three, and they get the boost from all of those. So since this room is wondrously impressive, our pawns are getting like a plus 32 mood boost twice a day from this room. It's really crazy. Let's see if Vert has done this recently. I can show. Wondrously impressive barracks +4, spacious 5, wondrously impressive dining room +8, wondrously impressive rec room +8, luxuriantly comfortable +10, gorgeous environment +15. Like, it's really crazy. Once the room gets to impressive, it becomes a positive mood. I think it's I'm trying to remember which breakpoint it is for barracks. I think it's the one right over impressive where it starts being a +1. At wondrous, the highest you can get a barracks as far as just only the barracks is increasing it is +4. But I think you can get bedrooms like +8 or something, right? So technically, if you don't care about wealth at all or anything like that, you can probably... Extremely is where it gets to the +1, you think? Wondrously is added in the expansion? No, it's been around. It's been around for a really long time. It's just really hard to get to because it takes 240. So it usually takes like using gold and stuff to do it. But yeah, we made wondrously impressive rooms back in even 1.0. I don't know when they added it, but you have to get over 240 impressiveness for a room to become wondrously impressive. It's really hard. So once you get to very impressive, it's a +1, and then from there it adds another 1 until it gets to +4. Tips are keeping prisoners secure. Well, if you want less breakouts, you need to have them in their own individual prison cells, and you need to have them happy. That's without doing anything extreme. That's all you can really do is make a good individual prison instead of a barracks prison, and keep them happy, make the prison nice, etc. Otherwise, you can do like Fuego said. You can cut their legs off. They can't escape if they don't have legs, and then once you recruit them, you can just put bionic legs or prosthetic legs or peg legs in there. Or you can have some things set up around the prison, so if they do break out, they're just down pretty much immediately. You can see that I have our grizzly bears sleeping in the prison. So if there's a prison break, our grizzly bears just down them. Still splitting. Oh yeah, I did want to do the split stream. I'll probably start that at 2. Good old RimWorld war crimes, yeah. But yeah, that's really all you can do, Dumpster Rat. Either make individual good prisons for them and keep them happy, or take their legs off, or have it set up so you can easily return them to their prison if they start to break. Prison bears, got it. Panzer, have a good shift. Yeah, good to see you. Thank you for stopping by the stream while you could. Yeah, I think you are squared. I'll start that around 2, I think. I don't know how our numbers have been tonight, but I'm still gonna do it. Don't know where your legs went, man. Found you like that. Yeah, it's one of those. I mean, I'm doing it right now. One of the ways to easily deal with addiction, like if you have someone that's addicted and they're having breakdowns because of it, you just take their friggin' legs until they're over their addiction. Oh, you like drinking beer and getting in fights? I'm gonna cut your legs off. When you get over that alcoholism, then I'll stick some sticks in there, shove some wood in those nubs, and you'll be happy. Cultists all have tentacle fetishes, so aren't they technically All kinky. The kinky occultists. I think you might be right. All right. Those surgeries are done, or is she still waiting? Okay, those are done. Let's keep going through the legs. Who's this? Maverick. All right, Maverick, time for some new legs. Good medicine. Install bionic leg left. Install bionic leg right. You like putting the sad sacks after divorce in cryo? Yeah. Put them in the cryo sleep caskets, yeah. It's pretty... I don't know which one's worse. I was gonna say that's pretty brutal, but then I just remembered that I was cutting people's legs off until they got better, so... Maybe our way is more humane. Maybe. Alright, let's move these traps, I guess? I don't want to move them. I'm just gonna destroy them. The Vestal was like, lol, you're terrible. The abusive Vestal. Humanity is a lost concept on the rim. Yeah. CR? Or CRN? Thank you for the follow. Hopefully I'm getting your name right. If not, let me know, and I'll get it right next time. Thank you. Welcome in. What's a humanity? Is it abuse if we convince them that it's for the best? Well, that was my argument about the log. For those of you that don't know about the log, there were some items added to the game many patches ago. One of them makes it so that it's called a psychic harmonizer. You can put it in someone's brain. And what it does is in an AoE around them that goes through walls, in an AoE around them, it projects their mood onto other people. So if they're super happy, other people will be super happy that are around. If they're unhappy, same thing. So as soon as that came out, I was like, wait a second, I have an idea. So what I did is I grabbed someone that was sanguine, so they're pretty happy. And then I gave them a joy wire in their brain, so they're always friggin' happy. And then I installed the psychic harmonizer. And then I cut off their legs and I put them in a very tiny room near the kill tunnel and hospital, or near the kill tunnel hospital area. And they were having the time of their life. They were always at full happiness, like just super happy. And their mood, anyone that was in the kill tunnel or hospital area were just always happy because that person was there broadcasting the happiness. So is that actually cruel? Because they were so happy. They loved life. They weren't unhappy. They were a happiness potato. We haven't needed them this time, but if we did, I would maybe get a couple of those to stick around the base. Lux, thank you for the resub. Thank you, Lux, for the 2 bucks. Thank you for the support. Give him a TV. He didn't need a TV. I think he was also an undergrounder. So we just shoved him in a 2x1 room with a door. We'd bring him meals every now and then. He would laugh and laugh. Has to be a clip of that somewhere. It probably is, yeah. Yeah, the artist in The Sims. The art goblin. You used it to torture prisoners. The mind screw and psychic harmonizer. Place them in rooms near a kill tunnel to try to break incoming enemies. An organic happiness transmitter. That's right, Rolling Stone. Let's go on, Rolling Stone. Welcome in. It's really good, though. I mean, it keeps people happy. Dumpster Rat, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Dumpster Rat. And for anyone that's newer to the game, if you have any questions, let us know. I also have some guides on YouTube that are geared more towards people in the early parts of their RimWorld journeys, so maybe like the first 100 hours. They're short guides, short and concise, so like between 5 and 10 minutes. Most are barely over 5. And I got more of them coming. But we have like 6 or 7 on there now. If you're curious, Excavation Guides will get you sent over that way. Check them out sometime. Also, one of the most fun challenge runs I've ever done on RimWorld is all on YouTube. Edited down to 30-minute episodes, Exclamation Tiny. We did a playthrough on the hardest difficulty, no pause, and the entire map was this size. 50 by 50 map. And we managed to win. Crazy. Made so much money off that goblet artist, yeah. It's the best way. It's either that, well, I mean, you got 3 options in The Sims, right? You can play like a normal life and build up money slowly. You can cheat, go to the cheat menu and just get millions, or you can make your artist goblins and tuck them away in your attic or your basement and have them churn out money. Flowers for Algernon kind of discussion. Is it better to be dumb and happy or smart and miserable? Yeah. You're right there. All right. So we're gonna make this a drug growing area. Is 50 by 50 size map? I thought it was impossible to build a ship on it. Where's that? 25 by 25. We built a ship and got off. 25 by 25 is, I don't know if it's possible to build a ship on that one. I haven't tried, but yeah, 50 by 50 we did, and it's all on YouTube. It was such a crazy run. It's also where I figured out the biphasic schedule that just keeps everyone friggin' happy all the time. This 2 sleep times a day schedule. If anyone's like, how the crap is everyone so happy all the time? That's part of it. I don't know about that, but that's where I figured out the biphasic schedule, though. And it was... it completely changed RimWorld for me, because now I can keep most people happy all the time with doing very, very little else other than changing their... Yeah. Changing them to a power nap schedule. Couldn't launch it due to some mod issue with disabling the no build zones. Gotcha, Lux. Gotcha. Yes, you can absolutely launch it from the 50 by 50. Because I did that. 25 by 25, you can't launch it. That kind of sucks. All right. Let's see what they got here. Bulk goods. Yeah, that's the caveat to it. If you have someone that's traveling around really far, the biphasic thing is going to make their work really inefficient. But as you get this many colonists, it ends up not really mattering. And the mood boost outweighs it, because they also have more inspirations, and you have less breakdowns, obviously. All right. What are we going to get? Let's get their components, their advanced components. Buy their medicine. These are also the only ones that will buy the corsets that we're making. So we want to sell all that while they're here. Lots of hauling animals too. Yeah, it just depends on... So after I did the tiny map challenge, we ended up doing a tundra run. Just a normal tundra tribal run. And I made sure I kept my base about 50 by 50. So everything in my base, our hydroponic growing zone, everything was in that like 50 by 50. And I used the biphasic for that also. And we had like maybe 4 huskies or something like that. And it worked out just as well. Like everyone was happy all the freaking time. Burn tunnels, open doors works really well. Underground. Yeah, I've heard that somewhere too. Every down is your number one goal in most runs. They'll say you're a tortured artist. I've ever played a sea ice map. It's been a really long time. I don't think I've done that even since 1.0 came out. So it's been a really long time, Renegade. That was back before I started doing no pause. But we have done it, but it was a really long time ago. All right, let's get some roads going up through here too. I actually don't mind if we cut through some of that. Might end up having some people trip those traps, but it's all right. That'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen to them, right? Screw it. Get it all. We need some projects to do anyway. Alpha Biomes mod? I have not tried that one. That's a lot of cool new terrain tiles. Yeah, I haven't tried that. Haven't tried any biome mods or storyteller mods yet. Let's turn that into an auto door. That's another thing I can work on is getting doors changed out to auto doors. Leans a bug burn. Ponds. Dying, run out faster. Yeah, that might be good. Looks like we might as well, right? I don't know how much it'll help because the doors slow them down, even when they're open, but might as well do it. All right, we'll keep working on our road. We'll get some more hydroponics out this time for drugs. And, yeah, I don't know what else. Wait for the next tax, I guess. Also waiting on the Empire to show up. Legendary Devil Strand Duster. All right, Bionic Legs. Who was the last one that got him? Misfortune doesn't have bionic legs. Your Batsu. Saw bionic leg, right leg, saw bionic leg, left leg. Concrete jungle and RimWorld, yeah. You are right. Just recruiting everyone coming across. Not at this stage. I'm not. I'm keeping these for the Empire. I was recruiting almost anyone. Early game, I was just recruiting any bodies because we just needed bodies. Anyone that can fight, I would recruit them early. Almost regardless what they had, because it was the only way I could get ahead of the curve in this mode. Once we got ahead of the curve a little bit, I started being a little more selective about the pawns, and now I'm only taking super good people. But I'm thinking about opening it back up and taking anyone that's just okay. Like if they can fight and they don't have a trait that's going to be an impact on the colony in a negative way, like make other people unhappy or lower their own mood, I might just take them still. Because we could always use more people cleaning, hauling. Well, actually, hauling we don't need because we have all the animals now. But cleaning, planting is always one. People, more cooks to make more drugs would be fine. More guns and more mobs, yeah. Oh god, yeah, Randy did an auto join at 55. What the crap? Pawns with a low mood. The only one that we have with a low mood frequently is Entropy, and it's because they're the artist, the tortured artist. We also have a few people. So he actually has a ear scar, huh? I don't know when he got that. I have to get him an ear. Right shoulder. Saw bionic arm, right shoulder. We'll get that done, I guess. I mean, you kind of want them breaking down, but at this stage, I'm not really utilizing it anyway. Almost any pawn, unless they had bad traits. Yeah, that's what I mean. I look at traits first. Well, it's not true. I look at age and health and traits. And then after that, I worry about their actual skills, but I think traits are way more important than they can always get higher skill in something. Especially with the skill trainers that exist now, you know. But traits, age, and health, they're all pretty important. Legendary Duster again, Axum. Nice. Nice. Is there anywhere else they're getting slowed down a lot? Slowed down? Through there? They can't be going that way super often though, right? I wouldn't think. I still gotta decide if I'm gonna do Coco out somewhere. Don't know. Burning Passion is really good too, because it's pretty easy to keep someone with a Burning Passion happy. Flash Storm. God, our base is so big. We're definitely gonna have some fires during this. $5,000 gold. If we give that all to the Empire, that's what, 15 more points? What will that give Sim to up to? Because that's Praetor right now. Total. So next time they're here, we can get her to be a Baroness. A Baroness. And if we give them all three of those, we'll be pretty close to Countess. And our new storage area is filling up. I need to redo this also. This is just kind of a fun thing we did. This can't be covered by a single sun lamp when we need it to be, so I should reposition these sometime. Even though I really don't want to. Don't want to do it. How are these ones set up? Guess I will though. What else am I gonna do while we wait to get attacked? Might as well work on things. Is there different factions? I guess so. Coalition of Robar. The Durara Covenant. Oh, we're not allied with Benny. We're neutral with them, so they want to attack us, but we should probably be calling in trades all the time as well. Museum's gone. Here comes more Hydros, yeah. Raid an enemy base. Capture slaves tributes. Yeah, maybe. I'm talking about that a little bit earlier. What happened to the extra one of those we had? No idea. Meh. Our storage zone needs a size upgrade too. I know. That's what I was saying earlier. We've started overflowing into this random zone or random room, but it's almost full too. Probably work on that soon as well. Maybe make this into storage, push this out a little bit. To get all the roof done here, yeah. So many animals have died on these traps during our the time the museum has been here. To be fair, you need animals to die in order to have a nice museum. We still haven't had a single quest for Resurrection Serum or Healing Serum in this run. No serums for us. Gold floored hydroponics. Probably not yet. We're using all of our gold to try to get Sim maxed out with the Empire first. Then after Sim's maxed out with the Empire, we'll start making more rooms out of golds. Finishing the gold off in here, I guess. Working our golden road. There was a while. Oh yeah, that was that's true. There was that one offered, but there was a an auto mortar I didn't want to deal with, right? That's right. Yeah. I think that might be one of the only ones that we I think we might have been offered 2 altogether through quests. Not scared of the Yayu song anymore. I've become too powerful. I don't know, it kind of feels that way, honestly. Really does. I have no idea what could kill us.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow
I really
and
think
insidious killer.
It's a psychic drone on a different tile that we have to go beat, and it has like 100 enemies. That would probably be tough to deal with, to say the least. Might want to start buying like anti-grain warheads and putting them in drop pods, and then literally like dropping anti-grain warheads on enemy locations if we have that happen, and then try to shoot them and blow them up or something. Throw a grenade on them. I don't know. But fill drop pods full of chem fuel and drop it on top of the enemies and blow them up. I have to do things like that. That's the only thing I can think of if we have one of those happen again. We almost lost one of them earlier. Not earlier tonight, but earlier in the run. Sounds like amazing fun. Tynan's like, I don't think that's... Or, no. It's not how I intended drop pods to be used. Whatever. That used to be where he threw EMPs out of. Man, we killed mechs here too. We would throw EMPs from these little sides. And some people got trapped over here and downed in there, almost died. We couldn't go get them till the battle was over because they were separated by the kill tunnel. It was the only way to get over here was through the kill tunnel. Shims just got naked. Those are good times. You can drop pod on your own map. Yep. Yeah. You can do it on top of like mech clusters, for instance, and then you can mortar the things that you dropped there. But I was talking about the maps for like when they set up like a drone or whatever on a map nearby. Trying to set it up the exact same. You don't have to have them set up in this exact formation, but I'm just trying to do it so they are the same. Enjoying the playthrough of Their Billions on YouTube? Thank you, Wise Man. Glad you're enjoying it. The last episode is out tomorrow. I won't spoil it. I mean, you know they're all wins, obviously, but I've never seen the last map pan out the way it did for us. It's really crazy. I can't believe we did it. We did it in a very weird way. But anyway, yeah, out tomorrow, 10 a.m. Then I'll start uploading a new series, new challenge run series. But yeah, thank you for letting me know. Glad you're enjoying it. I've been working a lot more on the YouTube side. I wish I had started over there a long time ago. I don't know why I didn't have the foresight to start putting things on YouTube. But yeah, I've lost a lot of our lost a lot of our early stream runs because I just didn't save them. Didn't save them for some reason. A concert. Sim's holding her first concert. Full-time job. Yeah, it's been less than full-time this year because it's the business that I run, and it's a service industry type business, and we've had way less work to do, way fewer customers this past year, but because of everything. But yeah, I work and I do the stream, and then I take care of my daughter and stuff. That's a packed concert. It better be good. Has YouTube monetization been worth it? Yeah. So my videos actually have way higher monetization value for some reason. I guess because it's a tough category. From what I see on a lot of YouTube discussion, like on Reddit and other places. What? A Gravitas and Axum having a social fight during this? Anyway. Is that most people make between 10 cents and 50 cents per thousand views, and that's like I said, that's the average. Mine are getting between like $6 and, depending on the video, between like $6 and $19 per thousand views. But it just depends on the video. Yeah, probably at least that, Wise Man. Yeah, missed concerts. I never realized if you zoomed in on it, it stopped the background music. Weird. What was that about? Oh, you weren't... Wait, what? Whatever. Music too loud. No, it's not. YouTube's not making it. So the crazy thing about YouTube is I actually get more average views on there per day than I do here on Twitch. So per night on Twitch, I get about 2,000, somewhere between like 1,500 and 2,000 views. And on YouTube per day right now, I'm getting like 4,500 views. But the amount of money I make on YouTube is way, way, way less than Twitch at the moment. What would happen if I got 1 million views? It depends on which video. So the different videos have a different payout depending on what kind of... Why are people getting so upset? I wish this concert would end. Where's Sim? Ravenously hungry. Oh my god, screw this concert. Yeah. Anyway, how dirty this is. It depends. So if it was like on like one of my Halloween videos, a million views wouldn't get me very much money at all. But if the million views were on like my Darkest Dungeon video, or if they were on like my guide on making game videos, then it'd be quite a bit. It'd be quite a bit. I'd have to do the math, but I can tell you at the moment on YouTube, I average about $350 to $400 a month. So Manhunter pack, and that just got to that level. Like, it hasn't been there very long. It's not bad at all. I'm happy with that at the moment. The stream made like 60% less last year than the year before, which is scary. What? Bears? You know what? I'm gonna let them attack. We can kill them. I just need to open the bypass so they don't eat up all our traps. You guys need to open this. Just one of you. Just one of you. Okay, that bypass is open. All the other ones are already done, right? Yep. All right, cool. Yeah, it's not too bad at all. There's a 2. Could be a nice bonus. I hope so, yeah. $64,000 is a lot of dollars. Yeah, yeah, that would be. And that's about what I get on the. It goes up and down though. I would say on average, I make about $6 per 1,000 view. Something like that. Well, I guess that's not. Never mind. It depends on the video again. Average throughout the channel is more like $2.50 to $3 per 1,000 views. This last month or two, but some videos get basically nothing for views. It's just it's because it's based on what advertisers are bidding for in those different keywords, you know, and those different demographics. So, seen the new actually not included DLC. I haven't played it yet. No, I know about it, but let's go and Sin. Welcome in. Those bears sound angry. Go away. Yeah, I know. That's exactly one reason why I wish I had started on YouTube before, because the same thing can be said about Twitch, you know, John? So it's just nice to have there, and I'm still mainly focusing on Twitch, but I'm focusing more on YouTube than I ever did to try to help, you know, make as much as I can, because missing the month of the stream last year, and then the whole pandemic and everything, stream made like 60% less than the year before. You just never know. You're old enough to remember when I wasn't even a YouTube partner. It wasn't that long ago. Here come the bears. Let's turn the turrets off. I don't know what you're gonna do with that EMP launcher. Like a lot. So I included DLC. Looks so. Yeah, I've looked at it a little bit, but I haven't played it yet. Plus, how do you manage it all? Just I don't know. It's definitely not managed as well as it would be if it was earlier in the game with less people, but just through experience of knowing like what I need to work on next. One of the main things I think about is what's the next thing that could kill us, or what's the next thing that we could continue to improve people's mood. Some quality of life mods absolutely help a lot. Like now I'm using defensive positions that I didn't use. I wasn't using defensive positions until, I don't know, maybe 5 streams ago or something. But defensive positions, you can save people's spots and they'll run to that spot when you tell them to. That way you don't have to micro this every time. Own the market on bear meat and fur. That's right. I mean, the other thing is I don't really change priorities anymore. Because we have so many people, once I set someone's job up for something at this stage, when someone new joins and I set their job up, that's just what they are forever. Like, I can't be bothered to go back in and change jobs and we need more stuff. I would rather just get more people. Just kind of silly, but... One of the bears got back up? Huh. Gotta make sure I turn the turrets back on. Combat supplies. Like, there's probably some... there's definitely some colonists that I haven't clicked on to make them do anything specific in many in-game years. There's a couple of names that I specifically use for things like trading, like Hysteric, that I just go to and you know, force them to do what I want them to do. But there's people up here that, yeah, I don't think I've clicked them to micromanage them other than recruiting them, drafting them since they joined. Buy components. Smoke pot belt, I guess. It's not really much that I want. Doomsday rocket launcher. Is the equivalent of pausing and positioning people in those positions? Yeah, kinda. I was doing it all on my own every single time, and I just got tired of doing it, so. I mean, we have enough time before enemies get to us that it's not needed. It's just a nice thing. Nice thing to have, so I don't have to do it manually every single time. You can save up to 4 predetermined positions, and after you do that, you put them there the first time, then you save it to one of those numbers, and after that you can just hit one of the numbers and they'll run to wherever that position was. Alright. It's pretty nice. Yeah, it's really useful. Even, I mean, even if you weren't playing no pause, it's a really nice mod. The more people you get, better it becomes. I know it's going to ruin some of the crops, but it's alright, we don't need them. How many colonists? We're at 55. Which is what we've been at for quite a long time now, but I was thinking about just stopping where we were at, but I think I'm gonna get some more people. Why do I keep doing that? Let's get more meat shields. What does it really cost you? Live in a barracks. Food is an issue. Yeah, I agree. The only downside is the only downside really is processing, right? Like it's harder on the game itself, but that's it. Logic, thank you for the follow, Logic. Strike, someone can drop an hour colony? No. Nothing like that for hours, luckily. All right. And we'll improve on this. But I need to use the restroom, and we need to do our split stream. So let me minimize this for a moment and stop the recording. Good place to